this meeting to order, and we'll start with roll call. And Kelly, you'll do the roll call, correct?
Okay. Jennifer King.
Here.
Heath Pine.
Here.
Amy Wagner is absent. Barney Pontius.
Here.
Becky Werner.
Here.
Brandon Gay.
Here.
Jennifer Kozinski. And I believe she is here.
Yes, I'm here.
Jennifer Kurth. Carrie Wallace will be absent today. Laura Thompson. Lena Kisner.
Here.
Marvin Miller will be attending, but he will be late. Matthew Ramsey.
Here.
Michelle Warner. Paul Buck.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Thank you. Rebecca Schultz.
I'm here.
Thank you. Sabrina Rochelle.
Here.
Thank you. Tobias Wood.
Here.
Trisha Backman. Trisha Backman. Dr. Troy Pitch. Whitney George.
I'm here.
Thank you. And then for our ex officio members, Jim McNeese is going to be absent today. And I believe Michelle Warner just joined us. Michelle Warner. We'll come back to her. And then Leah Hawley from Families Together.
Yes, I'm sitting in for Leslie Gerard. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Burgess. Rocky Nichols. And then KSDE staff, Bert Moore.
I'm here, and Kelly, I'd like to report that Michelle is here. I can see her on the screen. Her mute button seemed to be on. She wasn't able to say she was here. Now she can. Are you here, Michelle?
I am. Sorry, I had to update before Zoom would let me in. So it took a
Oh.
Okay. And I also noticed that Trish Backman is located on the standard video as well.
Thank you.
I had the same issue, so I had to update and it took a while.
Okay.
We love technology.
Well, and it's nice that we haven't been having so many Zoom meetings that I was already updated.
That is a good sign. Continuing with KSDE staff, Laura Jurgensen.
Good morning, everyone.
Carrie Haig. I believe she will be joining us in a few minutes. Kayla Love.
Here.
Dean Zaitz.
Zaitz,
Zaitz, sorry.
It's all right.
I'll get it right one of these
Kelly.
days. Shanna Bigler.
I'm here. Good morning.
And Brian Dempsey.
Good morning, I'm here.
Is there anyone that I have missed? Okay. All right, we do have a quorum today. So, Madam President, you may continue.
All right, we do have some new SEAC members that are joining us today that were not with us. We met in July. We'd like to take a moment to introduce the new members. And I actually don't have that list in front of me. Do you have that list, Kelly, or is that?
I have the list in front of me, Jennifer.
Okay, thank you, Bert.
The first one I have is a parent of a gifted child, and that's Sabrina Rochelle. So welcome, Sabrina. The second I have is parent of an exceptional child, Barney Pontius.
Morning.
Good morning, Barney. Glad you're here. Our special education administrator, Lena Kisner. And we saw her earlier. And then our foster care agency is Michelle Warner. So we're glad to have you all joining us. If we were in person, we'd do something to get everyone engaged, maybe some group work, but Zooms make that very difficult to do, especially when we have a packed agenda like we do today. So Jennifer, I'll turn it back over to you so that you can continue with the meeting, but we're glad to have our new members, and that means that we are full membership now. So good for you, SEAC.
Yay. Okay, so next we will look over the agenda, and when someone is ready, we would take a motion to approve that if there are no changes.
If there are no changes suggested, I move to approve. Tobias.
I second.
Okay, so motion carries and agenda is approved. So next we'll take a look at the minutes from the July meeting, and that Kelly sent us out. So for those of you who still need a few minutes to look over those, you have them. Otherwise, I know a lot of you probably already have looked at them, but if there are no changes to be made, then I'll entertain a motion on approval.
This is Tobias. I move to approve.
This is Lena and I second.
Okay, thank you. All right. Next on the agenda is public comment. Do we have any public comment today, Kelly?
Could we take a vote maybe, or do we need to vote on
we need to? I'm sorry. I'm a little rusty on this.
That's all right. We're going to help you out, Jennifer. Always hard to be the first time to be a chair, so don't feel like you're leaving anything. We'll help you out.
Seemed like it was going quickly, but then I thought that you guys were just really speedy readers today.
Kelly's put up a poll question to approve the agenda, so we'll vote on that. If you approve the agenda, you can say yes, and no, you do not approve, and she'll close it in a minute. So if you want to go ahead and do that, and Paul, I assume you could put that in the chat, or you could do a verbal vote to approve the agenda. So see, Jennifer, they approved it for you. And then the next will be the minutes. And I believe she has a poll for that too. Okay, carry on, Jennifer, now that you've got everything approved.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. All right, so now it's time for public comments. Do we have any today, Kelly?
No, I have not received any public written comments. Is there anyone in attendance who needs to speak before SEAC?
There is an opportunity for you members to provide input at 210 under other. So if you have something from your agency that you want to provide, you can do that. Then this would be anyone from the public who wants to provide comment about something related to special education or what they agree or disagree with. It's happening within regulation or requirement or within their district or whatever.
And Bert reminds me, with us being virtual, do we need to wait until at least the 9:20 time before we move on?
I think because we asked for written testimony, we've typically done that. And Kelly opened it up to anybody who might have shown up to provide verbal. I think we gave people that opportunity. I think you can move on. And then if anyone does show up and wants to provide a verbal, we can open it back up again, Jennifer, but I don't think you need to just sit for 10 minutes and wait.
I remembered it being different than was in person, but.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then moving on, next we have the state performance plan and Brian Dempsey.
Thank you. And Kayla, I'm going to share my screen, but I cannot.
Whoever has control of the Zoom can make you a co-host.
You should be able to share it there.
There we go.
There you go.
Are you seeing my PowerPoint?
We are.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Brian Dempsey, and I am a member of the SETS team, Special Education and Title Services. And one of my roles is the lead for indicators 1 and 2 of our state performance plan and annual performance report, or the SPP APR. And I'm here to address a couple of questions that came from SEAC indicating a request for dropout data, comparing students without disabilities and students with disabilities, and then some GED discussion. And at any point, if you want to jump in and ask questions, please do so, or I will just keep going. So most of this is driven on some background information and some of the specific information that you requested. So if I don't address what you need, ask some questions and we'll just go through. There we go. Okay, indicator 2 is our dropout data for special education. And historically, there have been 2 options. Option 1 is called the leaver-exeter dropout rate, and it is age related. So it's ages 14 to 21 who drop out in a given year. This is an option that we will transition to starting with the FFY20 submission, which is actually submitted February 1, 2022. So we're wrapping that up at this time. What we have done historically is the option 2. It's an annual event measuring dropouts over all students with disabilities enrolled in grades 9 through 12. So it's dropouts of students with disabilities in grades 9 through 12 over all enrollment. And you'll see the implications of the differences in the upcoming slides. So if you've looked at our data historically, we've utilized option 2, and we have a bigger denominator. You've seen our dropout rate from about 2.2 all the way up to maybe 2.5. And then so as you can tell from option 1, we're narrowing the denominator, and you'll see the results coming up. So these are some examples. This is for illustrative purposes. This is not Kansas data. I took these slides from a presentation that I thought really exhibited the differences. So when you look at just the leaver-exeter option 1, you can see that this sample has 3,437 students with disabilities who dropped out from ages 14 through 21. And then all the exeters allowed by the U.S. Department of Education are students with disabilities with regular diplomas, alternate diplomas. They reached maximum age certificates or dropouts. Kansas does not have alternate diplomas or certificates, so we would look at regular diplomas, maximum age, and dropouts. But from this, you can see the denominator is 13,500. So they have a dropout rate of 25.34% in this example. If you look at option 2, and you look at the total enrollment of students with disabilities in grades 9 through 12, and you use the same dropout in the numerator, you can tell with the greater denominator you have a smaller result. So this example has a 5.08% dropout. I wanted to point out that we don't generally measure, so our dropout data publicly isn't measured this way. So we internally requested, I think you wanted to look at students with disabilities and then compare them to students without disabilities. In other words, pull out the students with disabilities. So we made this internal request to our research team where the numerator would, where it reflects option 1. So the numerator is the 14 to 21-year-olds who dropped out, and the denominator is the 14 to 21-year-olds who graduated with a regular high school diploma, reached maximum age, or dropped out. This is students without disabilities. And we took out the other two that Kansas does not have, and actually we don't have a maximum age, so it would have been 21. So the denominator you'll see that we used are ages 14 to 21 who graduated with a regular high school diploma or dropped out. So this is the result. We went back 10 years of school years, and so the student with disability rate is on the right, and that's calculated using option 1. And you can see it was 18.8% in the school year 9-10, and school year 19-20 is 14.11%. And as opposed to the students without disabilities, they started at 12.2, and they're at 6.5 in 19-20. And as you can see over the course of the last decade, both populations have dropped their dropout rate. It's been a couple fluctuation years. Are there any questions about this? I thought I'd give you a moment to look at this.
I work in a very unique setting because I'm at the Kansas Juvenile Correctional Facility, and I'm wondering, we have students who, because of the length of their stay, will not have enough time to complete their high school education. So with their IEPs, we put a statement in there that we're going to continue earning credits, but we focus on English, math, science, and social studies. And then in order to meet terms and conditions of their probation, if they're 17 years of age or older, we can seek permission from their parents, or if they're 18, get permission from the student. And then we do offer them the GED testing because we have a testing site on campus. I wonder if there's any way to pull those numbers aside and see what percentage of the people we're looking at are our students compared to the general public population.
Could. I don't have that readily available. What it would really affect is probably the graduation rate and not the dropout. If they're still enrolled in through you, they would still be considered enrolled and not a dropout, so they wouldn't be in that dropout calculation. But I'm happy to look at the numbers and see how that affects your graduation rate. Okay. That was it for your data request, and I'll come back to that if you'd like. For the GED discussion, I thought I would start with how GEDs affect indicators 1 and 2. So graduation is the percent of youth with IEPs exiting with a regular high school diploma. And as we move to the new reporting period, our data source changed. We used to use the core data, which is also the ESEA data, and now we're switching over to IDEA data. So where it says GED guidance file 009, this is just a citation. So it's the IDEA exiting special education, and then it's FS 009 file, which is file specifications. So this is the description that we will collect data on for graduation. And you can see for regular high school diploma, I highlighted at the end that a regular high school diploma does not include a recognized equivalent of diploma, such as a general equivalency diploma, certificate of completion, certificate of attendance, or similar lesser credential. And I bolded and italicized that for you. So the definition comes from this federal regulation, which is the special education federal regulations. So for graduation, we will not count GEDs as a graduate. We will only look at those with the regular high school diploma, and the diploma is defined by the state board meeting those requirements. The data source for dropout is the same file. And then the dropout is a percent of use with IEPs dropping out of high school. So there are 2 points to this. The beginning is dropouts will include GED recipients if they're required to drop out of the secondary educational program in order to pursue the GED certificate. So if they have to drop out of school to get their GED, they're a dropout. The bottom of this talks about there are states that they may receive a GED without dropping out of school. So they will be reported as having a certificate and not count as a dropout. Again, by federal definition, they won't be counted as a graduate. So that's why they're counted as having received a certificate. So that's kind of general background of what our data source and federal guidance is as we're reporting that from the districts on up. So the GED program is managed through the Kansas Board of Regents, and this is their regulation for eligibility. And that is from a state statute that gives them the authority to manage the GED program, and it's just a general statute that says they shall promulgate regulations. As you can see, there's A and B. A requires that a student be neither currently enrolled at nor graduated from an accredited public, private, denominational, or parochial high school in the United States or Canada, and be at least 16 years old. So they cannot be enrolled under current regulations. And then Section B, and I apologize for how busy this is. The first part of it just talks about getting permission from a parent or having been emancipated. The second part, where I bolded and highlighted for you the A, B, and C, that ties into our compulsory attendance laws. So this is the 16 or 17-year-olds, and what you often hear is it's for 16 and 17 to drop out of high school, they have to have an exit interview or a meeting with the school in order to drop out, and they go over several items. But these three, A, B, and C, are tied into the school compulsory attendance law. And that's the second part of eligibility to pursue a GED in Kansas at this time. That was it in a nutshell. I was uncertain if you wanted further discussion on the GED or had further questions that I could try to answer, but I thought I would show how it tied into the indicators. So indicator 1, by federal definition, GEDs will not be counted as a regular high school diploma, but under indicator 2 at this time, the way we're set up, these students will be dropouts. Are there any questions? If you do have any later, this is my contact information. Please reach out. Oh, Tobias has a question.
Yeah, I do. And I had the good fortune to speak with Brian about this specific topic a while back, and he provided some great information about how the private schools handle the dropout rate. I used to be the GED administrator for the state of Kansas, and everything that he's saying, it rides right in line with what we did when I was that administrator. I was wanting to know if there is any push or any desire to count those GED holders within a cohort. So those 16 and 17-year-olds that would have been juniors or seniors in high school, if they do drop out and then earn their GED during that time, is there any wish from the Department of Education to count those as graduates or having a certificate? So I know that would require some statute change on multiple levels, that I know how fun that is. But I was wanting just to get an idea from KSDE whether or not that's even a possibility. Has any discussion been had about that? Thank you.
Thank you, Tobias. And it was great talking to you earlier. I think that's more of a Bert question as far as the policy. But after we talked and I started digging in this and really looking at the federal file and the direction, whether we change it in the state or not for graduation purposes, we could change it in the state, maybe affect the dropout rate. But unless you change the federal regs, I don't see it affecting our graduation rate.
Thank you.
It really would be adding in a certificate program. You'd be looking at they have a GED certificate. So we don't have that in our state currently. So that would be the only way I see this applying, because the state board doesn't want to have a mass exodus of students to move to a GED when they're 16 years old, and they don't feel like they're prepared then under the state board's mission and vision and the targeted goals for a successful high school graduate to be prepared for life after school. So it really has not been pursued, Tobias, at all. The only way it could be pursued is to look at it as a certificated program, but it would occur after the student was finished with school, because currently they cannot be enrolled in a GED program and be enrolled in school. I had the misfortune of having a judge order a student to take the GED. And so I ended up with dropout data because she ended up dropping out and having to take GED. So it's a conundrum, and I don't know what the answer is, but I think if SEAC has a strong feeling either way, then they could voice that, and then we could take that to the state board legislative committee and see what their interest might be in pursuing any type of change. I know with regulation changes, you're looking at 4 to 5, 6 years, and then you're lucky if you can get it through. We just got our state board to approve KISA regulation so that we'll no longer be QPA, because we've been QPA the last 4 years. And it took that long for us to get approved the regulations. And our attorney said that he would be here 18 more years and he never wanted to see those regulations again. So I'm just saying that it's a process, and you know that. So that would be a SEAC issue. If SEAC wanted to pursue that, we could certainly look at it, but I don't see how it will impact the high school graduation if the student is dropping out to take a GED. And I don't know that the state board wants to pursue alternate diplomas while students are enrolled in school, because that creates a problem in and of itself. And I'll leave it at that.
I will also mention that, I mean, the data show that the dropout rate is, or the graduation rate, or the dropout rate, excuse me, is less for the students with disabilities, and that's a good thing. So I mean, that was the root of the ask.
Would it be appropriate to ask if we could get a special committee together to get data and see if there's interest or a need to propose something like that, Bert?
I think you can always try and get committee to work together, and that would be something that Jennifer could work with you on appointing, and you could assign, I'm sure Tobias would be glad to serve, and you could get a couple of more members involved, and then schedule some meetings and see where you wanted to head with it. And then if there was any action that you wanted to recommend as a result of the deep dive into the GED, because I do recognize that as an issue for correctional facilities. I mean, it's almost an unfair issue for those students because they're there for maybe a year and they don't have an opportunity to complete. And we know what happens when they go back to the home community. Oftentimes they don't re-enroll in school and they don't end up with any certificate at all. And at least with the GED, it is recognized as a high school equivalent in most business and industry. So for your needs, I think it's critical and important.
I would really like to suggest that we get a focus group together, because I know we have kids who come in who have not been in school for 2 or 3 years. And because they get sentenced with us, not only do they get their GED, but they go on and they do Washburn Tech and they get all these certificates in vocational training. And so our kids with IEPs, that's part of their vocational piece that we focus on. So I really think that there's a need to take a look at it and just see if there's any teeth with it.
So this is Carrie, and I apologize if I miss this part of the discussion because I had to step away. But there is the state board has the graduation task force convened, and they have started meeting. So would this be an area that they are exploring? Or is
I'm not at the table.
Is that why we're having the discussion today?
We hadn't talked about the graduation task force. It was a carryover from our last meeting where we had a question about GED and dropout rate. And so Brian did some further study and brought back data to share here with SEAC, which he did. And then Trish mentioned about what happens at correctional facilities and how they do work on the students' IEP or on the courses, but they also have those students, many of them going through GED training so that when they leave there, they have that certificate in hand. And I have been out to her facility and they do an excellent job with Washburn Tech and providing programs for students. So I think
if there's an opportunity for any policy change or alignment or reinforcement of existing policy, that it would behoove us to do that in alignment with the work of that task force somehow.
Could you find out, Carrie, who's leading that and see if we can maybe...
David Fernkoff is the lead of it.
Okay.
And there should be special education representation on it.
Well, if there is, I haven't heard about it and I don't know anything about it. So if you'll follow that up, Carrie, I would appreciate it. Thanks. And then we'll get back with SEAC on what we find out. How's that? And in the interim, Trish, we can work with you and Jennifer to get a committee together to take a deeper dive into this and maybe present some information to David or to the task force.
Bert, this is Marvin Miller here. I have a question if I could speak.
Sure.
Is this appropriate for SEAC to recommend, rather than starting another subcommittee, that one of our members be tasked to this state, this other dropout task force?
We can certainly ask Marvin, but we weren't invited to the table, but I guess we could say we're willing and able to be a part of it. Sure.
I think that sends a strong signal that we want to be involved in this and have concerns.
Yeah. Is Jim Porter on here today?
No, Jim Porter is not our representative. Jim McNeese is, and he just had surgery.
Jim McNeese. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and Jim's recovering, so he's not available today.
Okay.
We will follow this up, Trish, and we will get back with you. And if we can assign someone to work with the task force, that's what we'll do. Thank you, Marvin. That was a great idea.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on to Laura Jurgensen's state performance information.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura Jurgensen. I am an assistant director on the special education and title services team. One of my areas of responsibility is the state performance plan and the annual performance report. I have the pleasure of facilitating that work, and we have a big team of people that make that all come together in a really nice way, and we submit that report every February 1st, typically early, to the United States Department of Education. And so for those of you who have been on SEAC before, I have been coming to you along with my colleagues Bert and Carrie Haig for several of your past meetings to tell you that we are entering a new cycle of the state performance plan and annual performance report. The U.S. Department of Education runs this plan and report in 6-year cycles. And what this is, I know we have several new SEAC members today, so I'm sorry, I'm going to try to meet all of your needs, the new ones and the tenured ones. So what we're doing over this 6-year period is we're reporting out on 17 different indicators about how Kansas is doing when it comes to educating students with disabilities. So a lot of the indicators are focused on outcomes of students with disabilities, which is great. And there are some indicators that are focused on compliance. So it's asking as a state, are our school districts following certain laws? Are they meeting certain timelines? And on those compliance indicators, we are required to be 100% compliant with whatever the particular law is as a state. We accomplish that at KSDE by monitoring our school districts, checking in on how they are doing with following the law and helping them when they're not. Same thing with these outcomes. So many of our technical assistance system network projects, the network of projects that support our work, so many of those projects are designed to impact the lead measures that will then in turn positively impact these lag measures, right? What we're reporting out on these reports. So I tried to say that as simply as I could. Honestly, it's quite complicated, but we get, as you can see on your agenda, we get a lot of time together this morning to talk about this, and I don't want you to be scared by that. It is on the agenda for this length of time this morning because entering into this next 6-year cycle, sharing with you what we've done during our stakeholder input process and getting your feedback on whether we're on track with our baselines and targets is extremely important. And we have to give that the time that it needs to accomplish that task. So don't be worried. Hopefully that you will see this as a time to interact with me and with my colleagues Bert and Carrie and ask us questions. But we allocated plenty of time this morning to really give you the opportunity to dig into this, to understand it, to ask us questions, and then to give us your input. So you can see that it's scheduled both as a discussion item, and I hope you take that to heart and really discuss this with us, and then as an action item, because we do need one of your responsibilities as our state advisory panel is to advise us on data that we submit to the United States Department of Education. And this by far encompasses the most data and probably the most important data that we submit on Kansas outcomes for students and on compliance to the U.S. Department of Education. So for those of you who are brand new to SEAC, welcome. You get to hit the ground running and you get to really do some big important work in your first meeting. So I do promise to give you a break at some point during my very long time with you this morning. Bert said you have to give these people a break, Laura, at some point, okay? So we will do that, don't you worry. Okay, so every 6 years we enter what is a new cycle, like I referenced. And at the beginning of that 6-year period, the U.S. Department of Education requires us to set all new targets across these 17 indicators and all of the various sub-indicators. And at some point, I really should add this up so I could give you an exact number. I think Carrie Haig has given you an exact number before, but it's a lot of targets, okay? It's dozens and dozens of targets that we are setting here, and they give us the opportunity if we would like to reset our baseline. So it gives us a chance with our stakeholders to dive into our historical data, really reflect on how we've been doing on these different things and to reset as we move forward. And honestly, I find that to be an exciting opportunity, right? It's just a way to set new goals and new intentions, and how fitting to do it right at the beginning of a school year, to really reflect on what we want for our kids with disabilities in Kansas. And, you know, by what measures are we going to hold ourselves accountable, right? So that's what we're doing here today. So yesterday, and then again this morning, Kelly Byrne sent all of you a summary. It's just a 2-page PDF of the survey responses that we received during the stakeholder input process. And so I'm going to show you that later this morning on my screen as a data visualization, but I put it in a PDF because I thought it might be a helpful reference as we're talking today. There's going to be some of you who maybe aren't super familiar with what each indicator is measuring. So that page 2 is going to give you that text of what is that indicator, what are we measuring? And then I'm trying with that document that my incredibly talented colleague, Kate Petrie, created. What I'm trying to do with that is just show you at a glance, what did our stakeholders say? Are our proposed targets appropriate? Are they not rigorous enough? Are they too rigorous? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you through each indicator with changes that we requested feedback on, because it's really important that you all understand, what is that indicator? What is changing about this indicator? What did the survey respondents tell KSDE about this indicator? So then by the end of our time together today, we hope that you feel informed and ready to give us your decision, right? Because you are our penultimate stakeholder, right? That you listen to the feedback of all the stakeholders that have come in, and then you tell us, KSDE, here's what we think you should do with this, okay? So that's the journey we're on together this morning. I am watching the chat, so feel free to use the chat or raise your hand. Tobias is really good at that, or just unmute and interrupt me. Because if you don't, I'm just gonna stream of consciousness talk at you, okay? That's just what I'm hardwired to do. All right, so first I wanna remind you, for those of you who have been with us on SEAC for a while, and then inform those of you who are new, what was our stakeholder input process? What have we been doing since the spring? So because of the current environment we're in regarding COVID, all of our stakeholder input was conducted online. So all of our communication was via email. All of the information we put out was posted on our website. We created a page on Tableau Public. Again, my colleague, Kate Petrie, created that. And so our stakeholders could review our historical data and provide us their responses via a Google survey. Now, I want to be completely transparent with you. That is not the stakeholder input process we wanted to conduct, okay? We would have found it much more productive to do that as well. We think that was a good component of it, but we wanted to be in person with people. We wanted to be in a perfect world, traveling around the state, meeting people where they are, talking to them, because we recognize that only operating an online stakeholder input process, it leaves people out, and it leaves people out who most needed a voice in this process. People who are underrepresented, who are marginalized. And so there's nothing we can do except for recognize that. And to take this process that we've built, and we think this worked really well, this method of creating information, posting it on our website, creating data visualizations, asking for feedback. And we think that's a really good foundation that we can build on, that hopefully in the future we can be out talking to people, talking to families, talking to teachers about this important topic, and continue this. Like, this is not something that we should just do at the beginning of a 6-year cycle. This is something we need to be doing continuously to making sure that we're staying on track and listening to our stakeholders. So recognizing up front, this was not what we wanted it to be. We tried to make the best of it. Okay, so what we did, and I am going to share my screen now. I'm pretty sure Kayla has given me, oh yeah. Thank you, Kayla. I'm pretty sure Kayla has given me the opportunity to do this. I'm just going to remind you of what our pathway was that we developed for our stakeholders. So this was our landing page, okay? So this is the SPP APR page of the KSDE website. So we started here, and we are able to very proudly tell people that in the most recent year, we met requirements on this really important topic with the U.S. Department of Education. And that is the highest level that you can achieve, that you are meeting requirements. I'm going to drop this in the chat for those of you who are multitaskers and would like to follow along with me. You can follow along on my screen, or you're welcome to jump on and click through yourself. And then here at the top of the page, we told our stakeholders what we were doing. We gave them a link to where our data visualizations are. And then we created PowerPoints that they could walk through on their own. None of them super long, just trying to give them an overview of what are we doing here? What is this indicator measuring? What is changing? How are we doing as a state? Have we been doing that well over the past 6-year period or so? And then what are we proposing, right? In terms of setting new baselines, setting new targets. So here was a pathway that stakeholders could use, and they really could just go through what interested them. And maybe some of them were interested in all of these topics, so they checked them all out. Maybe for others, they were not, and so they just did what interested them. Next to each of these PowerPoints, up until a few days ago, there was a survey link that people could immediately get to the survey from here. The survey link was also included in the PowerPoint. So once they went through the PowerPoint, if they wanted to continue on and look at our data visualizations, the link was in the PowerPoint to do that, also right here. This is our data visualization page. And we're going to spend time this morning going through each of these indicators with changes so that you can get in your head the Kansas historical data. So here was this pathway that people could take. So if they came in here and they were interested in indicator 3, they had lots of data on all the different parts that they could view. They could interact with it. They could change the baseline year. They could change the subject for the assessment. They could change the step size to think about, all right, so what if I recommended Kansas have more rigorous targets? What if I recommended they have less rigorous targets? What would that look like? So there's an interactive component here. And then this tab, which is now changed to survey responses, this is where they could take the survey. So we just tried to make it as easy as possible for people. But that was our pathway. Inform about the content of the indicator, inform about data, let them interact with data, ask them for their feedback. So on the surveys, we also asked for open-ended responses on each of those topics. I just put in the chat the data visualization page. So if you want to click through that as well, you should feel free. We put in an open-ended response piece, and I have just been blown away at the quality of open-ended responses that we received. So our team is meeting next week to talk through these survey responses, including the open-ended responses. A lot of those open-ended responses are really things that we could take action on, which is really nice to hear. And then others, it's just people sharing their stories and their experiences. And those things are really valuable, especially when they come from families and teachers who are working with our kids. And then it's our job at the state level to translate those stories into action that we can take to improve things. So we'll be really diving into those open-ended responses next week. So that's what we did. That was our pathway. Now, you're probably also wondering, all right, who'd you talk to, right? If we're your penultimate stakeholder, what were you doing, before you got to us? So just to give you a sense of what we were doing, we were working, of course, internally as a team, and that includes with our partners in the Technical Assistance System Network. Now, for those of you who are brand new to SEAC, you're probably wondering what that acronym stands for. I'm going to pop the webpage for that in the chat. But I think of them as our technical assistance arm. These are our colleagues that we contract with to be out in school districts, supporting staff, supporting teachers and kids. And so they were a critical component of our stakeholder input process. So we also, I'm going to stop sharing so I can see all of you lovely people, because I don't have anything to show you at the moment. So we also worked internally. So we pulled certain technical assistance providers and certain KSDE staff members into working with our indicator groups to get their experience. So colleagues from the early childhood team, the career standards and assessment team, and then various other TA providers helping inform our work. In terms of stakeholders, we spent a lot of time working with families together. And so a huge shout out to Leah, who's here today, and to her colleague, Leslie Gerard. They were incredibly supportive of us. So we held a meeting initially with all of the Families Together staff, and we walked through all of this with them so that they in turn could inform families about this topic. And I know, I mean, I shouldn't speak for Carrie Haig, but Carrie and I learned a lot from that meeting. That was a really valuable experience. Families Together also hosted for us 2 family meetings. We held one over the lunch hour, and then we held one in the evening to inform families about this and to get their feedback. And again, that was such a good opportunity to hear their stories. And, you know, so maybe a family doesn't have a lot of feelings about what targets we set for early childhood least restrictive environment, but a lot of them had a child that went to preschool and was their child included or not included. And hearing those stories, I think, is extremely helpful in getting their feedback. They recently on a Saturday held their conference. They held that virtually, and Bert was able to connect with many more families that day and walk them through what we were doing. Families Together also oversees the Education Advocate Program. So in Kansas, if a parent of a child with a disability and an IEP is unknown or unavailable and some other requirements are met, they can have an education advocate appointed to be their educational decision maker. And so we were able to meet with a group of education advocates and talk to them about this process. So, and then of course, we reached out to our special education administrators. We provided this information on lots of KSDE listservs that people might find themselves on related to title, related to early childhood, related to English learners. We also repeatedly connected with the Interagency Coordinating Council, which is your counterpart from Birth Through 2. My colleague Julie worked with them regularly to make sure they understood what we were doing and that they could give their input. In an attempt to get more responses from people of diverse backgrounds, we connected with the Kansas African Affairs Commission, Kansas Hispanic and Latino American Affairs Commission, Kansas Commission on Disability Concerns, the Kansas Native American Affairs Office, and the Kansas Equality Coalition. And we had more success connecting with some of those groups than others, but that was one of our attempts to build the diversity of our responses. We also focused our efforts on some of our larger urban districts, connecting with their homeless liaisons to again try to increase the diversity of our responses. We also connected with the various foster care contractors in the state. Sorry, I'm looking over here because I'm referencing my notes, but I'm not ignoring all of you. So I think that is really the highlights, unless I have missed something of the stakeholders that we intentionally connected with. And so then across our indicators, we had a range of responses ranging anywhere from in the 30s at the low end to over 100 at the high end. And so frankly, I mean, considering the circumstances and all that families and school staff are juggling at the moment, the timing of this stakeholder input process was not ideal. But honestly, I'm pretty pleased at that level of survey responses. So that is an overview of what we did. I am going to start diving into individual indicators, but we'll just want to pause here to see if there's feedback or questions on what we did. All right, let's go ahead and dive into our indicators. And so I'm going to start with an indicator that I talked to you about, I believe it's your July meeting. So for those of you who were here, this is going to be a bit familiar. So I am sharing with you now the PowerPoint that I showed you earlier from our SPP APR page. This is the one on indicator 8. Now, indicator 8 is on parent involvement. So to carry this out, what we have to do is partner with our school districts to survey families of children with a disability and an IEP. So some context I should have given earlier is this report is wholly focused on children with disabilities and an IEP. Now, of course, in Kansas, children who are gifted can qualify for an IEP, but because this is a federal report, children with gifted are not included in this particular report, including in this parent survey. Parents who has a child with a disability and an IEP receive a survey from their local school district. It comes from their district because at KSDE, we do not have parent contact information. So the partnership with districts to carry this out is really important. And this survey is asking them, did your child's school facilitate your involvement as a way to improve services and results to your child? And so we get all of that information from surveys that districts carry out in a variety of ways, whatever they feel like works best within their community. Most now carry it out by email. I think we do have a few holdouts still doing it by mail exclusively. But really school districts have the opportunity to do what they think is best to reach their families. So they can do email, text message, they can do it at enrollment, they can do it at IEP meetings, they can do it at parent teacher conferences. They really can come up with what works best. And we really just relaxed this a few years ago in terms of allowing districts to do what they think is best. So I think a lot of districts are still working on what they think is best when it comes to carrying this out. So survey, that's what it is, pretty simple. And then I just want to remind you of the changes to this particular indicator. So previously we were sampling our entire state. And so, and every 5 years we would conduct what's called a census, where we would survey all families. And so we are changing from doing that sample to doing that census every single year. So the reason we're changing to that is because the requirements from the U.S. Department of Education are much more specific going forward about the diversity of responses. And our response rate was so low, single digits, so low, that it was really difficult for us to meet those diversity requirements. We were really struggling. So we knew that to try to better meet those, we had to increase our survey responses. So every year. Logistically, our hope, and we've heard this from our districts, is that's also going to be easier for our districts to carry out. They can insert something into their processes and practices that work best for them because they know they're doing it for everyone. Whereas before they had to get their list and figure out how to contact their list. And so hopefully logistically, this is a little easier for them. We have another change we've made is we have reduced this survey to one question. And at the July SEAC meeting, you all agreed with us that we recognize that reducing to one question is problematic. And so, but our intent is to really increase the number of responses and then to work very closely with you all, with families together, with other stakeholders to increase that number of questions in future years. But our hope was if we make this so easy for families, this is quick, I'm used to doing this, I will do this, I will give my feedback, that then we can build on this, hopefully in not very many years and add some more questions. Some feedback you all gave us at the July meeting was that the question that we had proposed at the time was likely going to be confusing to families. So we're very grateful to Leslie Gerard from Families Together, Jane Groff from the Kansas Parent Information Resource Center, and other stakeholders who have worked with us since the July meeting, and we revised our question. So what you're seeing on your screen is a new question. So now the question is, did the school district invite you to take part in discussions for improving services and results? Well, that's a typo. For your child. That's just because I can't type. I promise it's the right question, for your child. So thank you all for your feedback in July, and we were able, because of the timing, we just made that change. So the survey will continue to include the same demographic questions that it has before. It does not ask for parent name or email address, no contact information. We don't collect IP addresses or anything like that, but we have to collect demographic information to show that we're gathering responses that are representative of our student population. So we're making all of these changes now, but so what that will mean is what we report out in February of this year is actually last school year's data, okay? So all of the changes that we're implementing in the moment won't be submitted to U.S. Department of Ed until February 1, 2023. And that's why you see that last bullet on your screen, which is that we will change our baseline And accordingly, we will likely set new targets next year. And we would be coming back to all of you to discuss that. But going into this new cycle, we have to set a baseline and set targets. But just a preview for UCAC members, we will be coming back to do that again because of all of the changes that we've made. All right, so that takes me to my next place that we're proposing because of all of these changes, and we have to change our baseline a year from now, that we just keep our same baseline, which is from 2005, quite a long time ago. But so we'd like to keep it there and then start with a target of 66.5 and then to increase just gradually each year. But again, we're coming back in a year to talk about all of this. So I kind of just see this as a placeholder. So let me give you some context, right? So you're probably thinking, all right, that sounds fine, Laura, but I don't actually know what that means because I don't know what our indicator 8 data is currently. So let me take you over. For those of you following along on your own screen, I'm now going to the Tableau public page. And I'm going to go in to look at indicator 8. So if you look at the blue line here, and if these other gray lines make it too busy for you, you can just look over here, at least up into this shaded part. This tells you how we've been doing historically, okay? So you can see that in the past, on average, about 65.16% of parents report to us that their school facilitated their involvement. And so we're proposing a target of just slightly higher than that, 66.5, okay? So that's where we're at for indicator 8. I just want to show you what our survey respondents said in terms of whether we're on track for that. So this is our survey that received the most responses. We had 104 responses. 68% of them said, yeah, KSDE, your targets are appropriate. That's good. There were about 20%, just under 20% of them that said, no, your targets are not rigorous enough. No, actually, they're probably not rigorous enough. But again, these are placeholder targets. We got to do all of this again in a year, and we're going to be so much more informed when we have data that shows us how this year went. And then there's about 12.5% that said you're being too ambitious here. You're not going to raise it that much. So, and then this just gives you a breakdown of in terms of diversity of responses. How did we do? So obviously it's encouraging to see a lot of parents. That same shading from the top follows down here. So this is the percentage that said it's appropriate. Here's the percentage that said it's not rigorous enough. And then here's the percentage that said it's too rigorous. So lots of parents here, lots of TASN providers here that we're excited about. You're going to see this regional representation and race ethnicity carry throughout all of our survey responses. I really thought that we would have higher representation of survey responses from suburban and urban, and even with targeted outreach, rural blew them out of the water, which I mean, I think is nice because a lot of times we're really working to get rural representation and we didn't have to here. We had good rural representation, so that was good. The race ethnicity obviously is something that we have to have some targeted improvement on. We have to have feedback from other groups. And so we recognize that we fell short in that area. But so that's what the survey says around indicator 8. All right, so I'm going to pause here. Any questions on indicator 8? All right, you all have been sitting and so attentive that I think it's time for that break that I promised you. And then we're going to continue down this path of walking through the different indicators after we get back. And I encourage you on your break to think about all the hard questions you're going to ask me when you get back, okay? This will be a lot more fun for you if you talk to me. So I'll turn it back over to your chair to tell you how long of a break you get.
Sorry, I couldn't get my mouse to go where it needed to be. So we usually take about a 10-minute break. Does that sound appropriate to everyone? Okay, so coming back at 10:15. All right. And she may need another minute or two here. Bert, while we're waiting, would it be appropriate to discuss a little bit about the email that email's been going back and forth, or actually Laura's back now, so, but I would like to discuss that later today if we have a chance, about the conversation about the graduation task force. But I'll hand it back over to Laura.
All right, thanks, Jennifer. Hope you all had a good break. So we are going to carry on, and we're going to go over to indicators 1, 2, and 14. So Brian did a really nice job earlier today laying that groundwork for those particular indicators, because we've already talked today about indicator 1, which is graduation, indicator 2, which is dropout, and then we put in indicator 14 into here as well, which is post-secondary outcomes. So the people who are interested in, learners of this particular age could hit all of this in one spot. So for indicator 1, what they're measuring here is pretty straightforward. What's the percent of Kansas youth with an IEP, disability and an IEP, that graduate from high school with a regular diploma? Okay, so the data source here is what is changing. So previously we were reporting using the same cohort requirement as under ESEA. So for example, if you went to Data Central and you look up graduation rate for the state or for any district, that's the ESEA cohort measurement. And at the bottom of those pages, there's an explanation about what that means, that ESEA cohort. And so in Kansas, we really liked that. We really liked that we were looking at the same data source as all other student subgroups. I thought it was clean and easy for special ed administrators to explain, right? It was all the same. But the new data source requires us to use special education data. So over on the right part of your screen, when it references the SPED Pro application, that's the KSDE application we use to collect all of the special education data. And so that has to be our new data source. And so the measurement is different, as Brian already went over with you this morning, so I'm not going to go over it again. So you're not going to see as big of a change when it comes to graduation as you do with dropout, just the particular business rules that apply to both groups. It just didn't impact it as much. So you won't see as big of a change. There will be a change. But for us, I think what was the most discouraging part is that then it's not the same measurement as all other students, right? So when you go to Data Central in the future and you look up for your particular district, what's the graduation rate for students with disabilities, you're going to see a different percentage than you see if you go to Data Central and go to the special education reports and look at how your district is doing with indicator 1. And so I think that's going to be hard for administrators at the local level to figure out how to explain to their boards, to their stakeholders, to understand that the percentages are different. Definitely doable, right? We can do things that are complicated, but not ideal. And we made comments to that effect. The U.S. Department of Education, they were not interested in those comments, which is fine. That's what's going on with indicator 1. I've already talked about the changes to that. So in terms of what we're proposing for targets, and I'll jump you over to our historical data in just a minute. So we're proposing to change our baseline to this coming SPP APR. When you see FFY 2020, doesn't make any sense. There's no correlation in your head, but that's the next report we're submitting in February. So we propose to make that our baseline year, and then our targets going forward to increase at a percentage of 0.5% per year. So that's the plan for indicator 2 or 1. Goodness gracious, I'm already excited to talk to you about dropout. And again, I'm watching the chat. I'm watching for raised hands. Interrupt me. Ask me questions if something is not clear. Okay, indicator 2, Brian's already talked to you about. It's, again, pretty straightforward. What's the percent of youth with an IEP that drop out of high school? And so again, what's changing here is the data source. Very similar change if you're just thinking about it kind of globally, that we're leaving that ESCA way of calculating that we use for all other students, and we're moving to using special education. But as Brian illustrated earlier, that's going to represent a big change from what you were seeing historically, right? So we're going from dropout rates as a state at around 2% to going to dropout rates around 18%. And locally, you're going to see the same thing as well. So you're going to have your stakeholders, your board members who are looking at your dropout rate that's used for all students, and they're going to see a particularly low number. But then if you as a special education stakeholder are coming in front of them trying to explain what your rate is under indicator 2, it's a lot higher, and you're just going to have to explain that. And you know, I took this information to a group of special education administrators earlier this summer, and one of the administrators in the meeting said something that I thought was really helpful. She said, you know, yes, like we're going to have to understand this, and we're going to have to be able to explain this as our stakeholders. But if this is a good way of looking at this data, if this really gives us the real picture of what's happening with our youth with IEPs in Kansas, then we need to face that head on, and we need to address it, right? Because obviously under that method of calculating, we have a problem that was not shown to us before. So I really like that impression. I mean, I really like that approach. Like, yeah, you know, it's not ideal, it's different. Let's figure it out. Let's explain it, and let's fix it, right? Because if we fix it, those two numbers won't be so far apart, and you won't have that, you know, problem of trying to explain to stakeholders what the difference is. All right, so I got a really good question from one of your colleagues in the chat about whether we could put a note on those reports on Data Central, and I love the idea, and I will work on that, because that's a great way, of course, to explain to stakeholders, is just put it right there on the page, right? This is, you're going to see a different number on this other report, and here's why, and then it gives people that information. So thank you. This is exactly why I come to SEAC, for you guys to give us good ideas like this. So in terms of proposed targets, oh, well, we've already talked about the changes, data source and calculation. In terms of proposed targets, we're proposing to start off with a baseline of this coming year, and then to decrease our targets by 0.27% each year, and which would show you that that would be the full increase by FFY 2025. And I know that's probably not the rate we'd all like to see this improve at, but based on our historical data, that's what we felt like was realistic. And we're going to dive into that historical data again in just a minute. We included information in this PowerPoint on indicator 13, which is on secondary transition. It is a compliance indicator, meaning we have to have full compliance with meeting the secondary transition requirements. So there was no survey on it. We didn't ask for stakeholder input because the target is 100%. We have to be 100% compliant. But when we first rolled this out to stakeholders, they were confused about why we didn't talk about indicator 13. So there is some information on it here, but there's no changes, and it's a compliance indicator. Okay, so let's go on to indicator 14, post-school outcomes. So what we're doing here is we're reporting out the percent of youth who are no longer in secondary school, but they had an IEP when they left school. And what we do to carry this out is we do a survey, and we have a contractor who calls students 1 year after they have left high school. And we give districts the option to do their own phone calls and their own surveys. There are very few that take us up on that, but the districts who conduct their own surveys see much higher response rates, right? Because if someone's calling you that you know, some teacher maybe that you used to be connected with, texting you, however they reach out to them, you're more likely to pick up the phone than if a random number from our contractor in Denver calls you. So we don't require districts to do their own calls, but the ones that do, their response rates are much higher. So for indicator 14, we're looking at 3 different things. So under 14A, we're looking at, all right, you're 1 year out of high school. Are you enrolled in higher ed after that 1 year? For 4B, we're asking, are you enrolled in higher ed or are you competitively employed? And there's a definition that we're required to use for that. And then 14C, we're asking, are you enrolled in higher ed? Are you in some kind of post-secondary education, some kind of training? Are you competitively employed? So those are the 3 areas we're reporting out on. Hey, Tobias, what do you got?
Hey, I was wondering, at post-secondary, we struggle with the same indicator of trying to get people to respond to queries or surveys or phone calls. Are there other states that are doing it well, and that we could parrot some of their procedures? Do we know what other states do, and compared to what we do in the state of Kansas?
There are other states who are doing this well. And yes, we know the other states who are doing this well. So my colleague, Kate Petrie, that I keep singing her praises, something that she does every year when she has some downtime is she goes through the APRs for other states. And for particular indicators that we're really focused on, and she certainly could do this for 14, is she essentially creates a data visualization that shows us the whole country and how other states are doing. She's done this for my colleague, Julie Rand, who works on the early childhood indicators. And then Julie can make some targeted outreach to states who are doing really well and connect with them and find out why. Just kind of generically, what I hear from other states who are doing better on this is they give their districts a lot of flexibility when it comes to how they carry this out. You reach kids however you think works best, right? So you text them, you email them, you send them a letter, you go visit them, the method is left up to them, right? So states who do that see more success. There are states that incentivize districts who have really high percentages, and they incentivize them from something as simple as they give them a banner to put on their website, or at an in-person conference, like they scroll through and congratulate the districts who did really well. And the districts, even just with that, get competitive among each other. Like, hey, I did better than you this year. On my indicator 14, like it's a fun little competition. Up to there are states that incentivize it in terms of like stipends for professional learning for states who do really well in this particular indicator. So those are just kind of the things I've heard anecdotally from other states that they do well. But if SEAC is interested in really diving into this, kind of along the lines of what Tobias was asking, all you have to do is ask, and KSDE will put together for you, here's what the country looks like on this indicator, and here's some states we could reach out to.
Well, I would be interested to see where Kansas stacks up with other states, even just the surrounding states.
You got it. We would be happy to bring that back to a future SEAC meeting. Thank you for, see guys, look at how easy it is when you just ask. Like you just ask and we give it to you.
Thank you.
Of course. All right, so that's indicator 14. Let's jump over to our data visualization page. So if you are over on Tableau Public and you are following along with me, that is where I'm headed. So going back to, here's indicator 1. My eyes were not seeing indicator 1. I'm sorry about that. So here's historically how we've been doing. And so when Kate put together this data visualization, she used the new data source and the new method of calculation. So the numbers you're seeing on here takes our old data and calculates it using the new method, okay? So you can see historically how we've been doing, kind of hovering right between this like 80 to 85% range in here, okay? And so just as a reminder, we are recommending that we reset our baseline this coming year and then increasing by 0.5% per year. What's nice for us, nice and not nice, graduation data is lagged by more than 1 year. So when we report out this February, I'm going to try really hard to get this right. When we report out this February, we are going to report out on 1920 graduation data. And I really hope that Brian corrects me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's right. So what we have the advantage of, though, is before we report out this year, the 2021 graduation data will be available to us, and we can see how we did last year. And so if these are not the targets that we think is best based on that next year of data, we can make a change before we report, and that's something that we can talk to all of you about in November or January, so that you're informed of what our more recent graduation data says and how we're thinking about adjusting in that regard. All right, survey says, here's what our stakeholders told us. Pretty good response rate here, almost 80 respondents. And about just over 70% of them said, yeah, you're on track with those proposed targets. And about 22% said that's not rigorous enough. And then just a small percentage said that's too rigorous. And then here's that breakdown again by role, lots of TASN participation, which we're grateful for. And then again, I told you that same regional and race ethnicity representation. So that's what our stakeholders told us on indicator 1. Again, as always, stop me if you want, but I'm just going to keep going to indicator 2. So indicator 2, let me jump over to our historical data before I show you the survey responses. So our dropout data, again, we took our old data, calculated it with the new data source and the new calculation requirements. And so this is how we've been doing historically, right? 14% at the low end, almost 20% at the high end. And this forecast tool kind of gives you a sense of where we might fall, in the next 6-year period based on how we've been doing. And so for indicator 2, just as a reminder, what we're proposing is that we start our baseline year, of course, this coming year, because we have to change that with our data source. And then we propose to decrease our graduation rate by 0.27% each year. So again, like I already admitted this, not as much as any of us would like, but we just felt that that was what was realistic based on our historical data. So what our survey respondents told us about that is that about 61% of them said, yeah, that's appropriate. And this is, and you can see this on your handout that I gave you, when you look at, the different percentages of respondents that said, yeah, what you're proposing is appropriate. This is definitely on the lower end, and I can appreciate that from the stakeholders. 33% of them said, yeah, that's not rigorous enough. And just over 5 said that's too rigorous. Again, lots of TASN providers here, less families when it came to dropouts and graduation, which was kind of interesting, a few more special ed administrators. And then here, quite a bit more suburban than we see in other survey responses. So that's just at a glance what our survey respondents told us. All right, checking the chat again, see if anybody has anything. Indicator 14 is here somewhere. Sorry, I don't know why my eyes aren't working very well. So indicator 14, of course, there's different parts. So just as a reminder, A is telling us within 1 year of leaving high school, are they enrolled in higher ed, right? And so how we've been doing historically is not great, right? As you can see that, at the low end of that, we only had 28% of our high school exiters enrolled in higher ed. And at our very best, we have only gotten to 48%. Okay, so then in terms of proposed targets, we're proposing a target for this part of 35.54%, which is pretty close to our average of how we've done in the past. And we're proposing to keep the target the same for the next 2 years, which we're allowed to do. We can keep targets the same from year to year as long as it raises by the end. And then after that 2-year period, to increase by 0.5% each year. So then on 14B, just as a reminder, that's telling us, okay, within 1 year of exiting high school, were you enrolled in higher ed or some sort of or were you competitively employed? Sorry, were you competitively employed? And so how we've been doing as a state, again, here, not great, right? So at the low end, just over 50% of our students met that definition. And at the high end, about 72% of our students met that definition. So we're proposing a target of, again, just slightly under our average of 60.07%, following that same pattern of same target for the next 2 years and then increase by 0.5% each year. And here's the last one, more or less a catch-all category. Are you 1 year out of high school? Are you in post-secondary? Are you in higher ed? Are you in post-secondary education or training? Are you competitively employed? Are you employed at all? Okay, so on the low end as a state, only 67% of our students met that definition. And at our very best, only 87% of our students met that definition. That's a lot of students that we are, either not able to connect with and get a survey response, or who maybe don't meet that definition, and that's discouraging. So for this particular sub-indicator, again, being consistent, we're proposing a target that's right underneath this average at 74.72%. Same thing, keep the same target for the next 2 years and then increase by 0.5% each year. Survey says, pretty decent response rate here of 50, not as good as indicators 1 or 2, but pretty good. And about 62% of us said that those targets were appropriate. About 34% that said they're not rigorous enough. And then just a couple of people said, those are too rigorous. So again, if you're looking kind of at that overview document that you got from Kelly, this is understandably at the lower end, right? 62% of us saying, or 62% of respondents saying that's appropriate. Lots of TASN providers giving us feedback on this, which is great. Equal numbers of special ed administrators and families. And then just your typical breakdown over here, right? More rural, more white. Yes.
Oh, hi, Laura Marvin here.
Hey.
Quick question on, we got these percentages. Do we have raw numbers, not on the survey collection, but that previous slide, which I lost now. Yeah, thank you. The historical. We have percentages there, but do we know, is there more students that are not going to school? Is there, or getting a job or something? Or, was there 10,000 back in 2009 and only 4,000 in 2019? Just to give me a kind of a scope. Do we have that data?
We have that data. We don't have it on the screen, of course, and I don't have it readily available, but I am happy to add that to the list of things to bring back to SEAC.
Okay, thank you. That would help me wrap my head around it. Part of this is, do we have jobs in Kansas, or maybe it's not, but without seeing those numbers, it's hard to tell. And part of this
of course,
is how many students are going to group homes. So I just want to get a big idea of a number.
Sure.
Just a number for each year is fine, and I could always figure out the percentages. I know you don't want too much data on these tableaus; it gets overwhelming real quick.
No, I agree with that. But Trish makes a good point in the chat that I'm sure my colleague Kate is paying attention to somewhere. That what's nice about Tableau is you can hover over things and see different information that's not right there. So to answer Trish's question, she can see now that no, we don't have that, but that is a way that we could think about displaying that.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Great question. All right, so that is indicator 14. We are going to go now to indicators 3 and 5. So I'm going to start with indicator 3. And I am going to forewarn you, my colleague Carrie Rogers talked about indicator 3 back at your July meeting. For those of you who are here, indicator 3 is super complicated. And so I am not going to try to go into the weeds on indicator 3, but just kind of hit the highlights for you, because otherwise we'd sit here 6 hours and talk about indicator 3. So the biggest change is indicator 3 has more categories than it did before. So it has 4 categories. So it has, it's got participation on the state assessment for children with IEPs, which was there before. Okay, so that's not new. But 3B is a little bit different. Before we were also looking at proficiency here as well. But here now we're comparing the proficiency rate of kids with IEPs to grade level academic standards. I think Carrie Rogers is going to correct me and tell me that was already there, because I think the comparison that I was thinking about is actually in 3D. So 3C is about proficiency for kids who take the alternate assessment. And then 3D is that new one that I was trying to get to, which is where we're looking at the gap, which I think is super interesting. And I know Carrie Rogers is really excited about it too. So that's measuring what's the proficiency rates on the state assessment for our kids with IEPs versus our kids who do not have IEPs and are taking the state assessment. So similar to Tobias's question from a previous meeting on indicator 2, like, okay, that's interesting to know the dropout rate for kids with disabilities, but how does that compare to kids without disabilities? So, looking at that gap is definitely interesting. See, I knew Carrie Rogers would come through for me. 3C and 3D are new, okay? So the data source, though, stays the same. And this is like a lot of acronyms that just tell you, like, these are federal reports we're required to give to U.S. Department of Ed every year. Okay, same data source, looking at the data in a new way. So that's what's going on with indicator 3. This slide, which you can pull up if you want to really dive into this, takes you a little bit further into the weeds on the changes, and I'll just try to hit the highlights. Okay, so historically we were reporting assessment data for kids with IEPs for grades 3 through 12. We weren't separating it out by grade. Now, for certain of these sub-indicators, all of these sub-indicators, sorry, not certain of them, we're going to report separately for grades 4, 8, and high school. And Carrie Rogers at your last meeting went through the historical data, or went through the data with you. And there's some here in the PowerPoint you can dive into. Obviously, there's the Tableau Public page. The reason that U.S. Department of Ed went in this direction, and our Kansas data illustrates this, is our 4th graders are doing very well at this. And then our 8th graders are doing not as well. And our high school students are doing really poorly. And so what happens is when you look at all of those students as a group, those those younger grades are carrying the older grades. So when you think about it as a whole, we weren't doing that bad in Kansas. But you look at those individual grades and it's worrisome. And that's exactly the conversation that U.S. Department of Ed was hoping to drive in states. And our data illustrates that. But it allows us to focus on some really important things, right? So we have to continue focusing on things that work, which is early elementary instruction, especially when it comes to literacy. We also have to really pay attention to successfully transitioning kids with IEPs from elementary to middle school and middle school to high school. Kids are losing a lot of ground in those transitions. And obviously, even though we focus on the early grades, we can't lose our focus on high school, because obviously we have our biggest gap at the high school level, and we have to figure out how to turn that around. So there's our changes on indicator 3. Let's jump over. Thank you, Carrie. Yes, so Carrie is putting in the chat a really nice illustration of something I referenced earlier, that the connection between the various TASN providers and this is that, TASN providers are working on those lead measures with districts that will improve our lag measures, like indicator 3. So thanks, Carrie. That was a great example. So let's jump over to our Tableau Public page. So for those of you following along at home, you can jump over there with me as well. We're going to look at indicator 3. This, I mean, obviously there's tons of tabs up here. I'm not going to go through them all. This was a really difficult indicator to think through how we would ask for stakeholder input, because obviously you've got different subjects, right? Math and reading, you've got different grades, and we have to set targets and baseline for all of those things. And so we had to figure out how to ask stakeholders some kind of global questions. Otherwise, you end up with a survey to stakeholders that's like over 100 questions, and that's just not reasonable. So when it comes to 3A, which is participation, this is the easiest to understand. We're proposing to use a 95% target for grades 4, 8, and high school. And the reason, and we're proposing to keep that consistent. So the reason we're doing that is that's the required target under the ESCA, and the U.S. Department of Ed has made clear that going forward, states can have that as their target, and they don't have to increase above that 95%. And we, like many other states, had been operating previously under the old requirements that even once you hit that 95%, you have to keep increasing. And in Kansas, we have been over that 95% for a very long time, but we were struggling to increase it. So now 95% all the way across is what we're recommending. So when it comes to 3B and 3C, right? So that's proficiency for students on the general state assessment, but then also the alternate assessment. What we're proposing here is that we are anticipating a lag, obviously, in student achievement and proficiency due to COVID. So we're proposing keeping our targets the same for those two, for 3B and 3C for the next 2 years. And then we propose to increase the target for 1/4 of each standard deviation per year. And we give you the standard deviation over here, but it is divided by 6, and we're proposing to do that for those last 4 years, resulting in 1 standard deviation increase by the end of this cycle. Okay. Sorry to those of you who are not into statistics, that is the most simple way we could think to explain it. And then for 3D, obviously, so when you're measuring a gap, right, you want to decrease the gap. You want that to be smaller between the proficiency of kids with IEPs and the kids who don't have IEPs. So we're proposing to keep the same for the next 2 years, again, from this, this time period where our schools are so impacted. And then same reasoning, decrease 1/4 of each standard deviation per year, which would give you a 1 standard deviation decrease by the end of the 6-year cycle. Okay, so that kind of summarizes what you see in all of these tabs. And here's what our survey respondents said to us on whether we were on track. So just over 70% said, yeah, what you proposed is appropriate. Just under 15% that said that's not rigorous enough. And just under 13% said that's too rigorous. Grateful for lots of TAS and feedback here and a good amount of family feedback on these particular surveys. All right, while you're thinking of all of the hard questions you're going to ask me, I'm going to jump over to indicator 5 and keep us rolling. So 5 is looking at least restrictive environment. So it's measuring what's the percent of kids with IEPs who are 6 through 21, that should say age 5-year-old kindergartners through 21. Man, after all this time, like you still catch things that are not supposed to be there. Sorry about that. So there's 3 different parts. And so the first part is asking, are these kids inside the regular classroom for 80% or more of the day? 5B is asking how many of your kids are in their regular classroom less than 40% of their day. And then in 5C, it's asking how many of our kids with IEPs are in separate schools, residential facilities, or in a homebound or a hospital placement. So obviously we want as many kids as possible in 5A. We want as few of kids as possible in 5B, and certainly in 5C, of course, unless that's the most appropriate environment for them. Okay, so where we get this from that wonderful SPED Pro application that collects from our districts all of our special education data. So in terms of targets, what we proposed on indicator 5 is that we would like to start off with a target of 70.5% and then increase that up to 71.75% by FSY 2025. You know what, to have this part of the conversation, I'm going to jump back over to Tableau Public. I think it's a little hard to talk about targets without the context of how we're doing. So if you're on Tableau Public, please head over to indicator 5, which is where I'm headed now. Okay. So on indicator 5, how we have been doing historically is a little hard to see because all these lines run together, but you can look over here. And in this period of time, we're running about between 68% and 72%. So we're recommending to increase our target over the, or to start, excuse me, with a target of 70.5%, which is, and then increase to 71.75% over the next 6-year period. So let me pause here and take Trish's question. So Trish is asking on 5C, should Department of Corrections be included in those settings? Department of Corrections is not included in those settings, Trish, and the reason for that is that 5 is looking at educational environments that are IEP team placements, not placements that would be made by another entity like a court. That's what's going on there with 5C. And then 5B, which is inside the regular classroom less than 40% of the day. You can see that historically we're hovering, about 6-7% in there, and we're proposing to decrease this amount to 6.95% over a 6-year period. And then on 5C, you see we hover between 1 and 2% of our kids that are in separate schools, residential facilities, or a homebound hospital placement. And we're recommending that over the 6-year period, we get to about 2.15%. So here's what our respondents told us about our targets. Just over 68% said, yeah, that's appropriate, KSDE. About 20% said that's not rigorous enough. And about 10% said that that was too ambitious. Lots of TASN feedback and some family feedback here. So that's what we have on indicator 5. I just received a message from my colleague, Kate Petrie. And so we're going to jump right back over to indicator 14 because she said she has already added those numbers that Marvin Miller asked for. Goodness gracious. So Kate, if you're here, if you tell me where I'm supposed to be looking, I can certainly do that. Ah, there it is for 2011. So you see on your screen that that percentage in 2011 is made up, that percentage of 31 is made up of 57 in the numerator and 183 in the denominator. And then you can see that for the other years as well. And Kate indicated she does not have raw numbers for those first couple of years, and that's why you see those blanks. But if you hover over the other years, you can see the kids that you're talking about. So thanks, Trish, for that love for Kate in the chat. Do you guys just see like how talented she is? I mean, goodness gracious, you ask, right? She delivers. I like it. All right.
So Laura, let me just clarify. So that's the number of the samples when the survey went. This 400 is just a sample of whoever responded to the survey that year, correct? Or whatever that number might be in the denominator.
So I'm gonna say what I think is the answer, and then Kate's gonna correct me if that's not the answer.
Okay.
So if I hover over this, how I interpret this is there were 183 people that responded to the survey, and 97 of them said that they are enrolled in higher ed or competitively employed within 1 year of leaving high school.
Okay, so that 183 is probably what 1% of who graduated in Kansas, or well, maybe not one, but that's a small percentage of actually who graduated or left, because we can't get a hold of everybody.
Correct. It's a stratified random sample. And I don't think I clarified this earlier, that on 14, we are also recommending not that we move to every kid, but that we look at every district every year. So currently we do that on a cohort basis, and we only look at a third of our districts every year. And instead we're proposing the change that we look still a sample of students, not every kid every year, but every district every year.
Because 2009, I think the denominator was 183. Another year we had really good where the denominator was 400. So
Right.
comparatively, that whatever we did that year was really.
Yeah, so what we would have is every year we would generate a sample, that stratified random sample, and those are the students that would be sought out for to be surveyed. And what you're seeing on the survey results are just the ones who responded.
Right. Okay, but it does look like we've got a lot more response in the last 5 years than the 5 years prior to that. So
it's always been a challenge. So that's one of the reasons why we're shifting, because it's not, if you want to, when you want to draw statewide conclusions from things, you want to have as big a pool as you can get, right?
Right.
So it's always been a challenge.
So my point is 2009. Wait, it just disappeared. Okay. Oh, we don't have data for every year. Okay. But it looks like you guys have been doing really good the last few years, and you got plans to make it better. So awesome job, guys. Thank you.
Hey, that's all our districts, right? Our districts carry this out. We just support them. But hey, thanks for the request, Marvin. We really appreciate that. Okay, we are somehow, after all this time together, we are nearing the end of our time together. And so the poor early childhood indicators, I feel like I always do this to them. I'm going to have to blaze through them because I have to give you time to ask some questions, have some discussion, and take a vote. So indicator 6 is on preschool environment. So we just a few minutes ago talked about the 5-year-old kindergartners through age 21. So this is age 3 through 5 with IEPs. So 6A is telling us what's the percent of Kansas kids ages 3 through 5 that have an IEP that are in a regular early childhood program and receive the majority of their special education services in that program. 6B is telling us what's the percent of our 3 through 5-year-olds that go to a separate school. They are in a separate special education class, or they're in a residential facility. So we want more kids in 6A, less kids in 6B. Starting in February, we get to report on a brand new measure, 6C, which is the percent of our 3 through 5-year-olds with IEPs that receive their special education and related services in the home setting. So that is going to be interesting to be able to report out on. And we get all of this data from our districts through our special education application. So we just talked about one of the changes, that 6C is brand new. A change that we already made is that 5-year-old kindergartners are now included in indicator 5. And so we've been reporting that way, I think, for 2 years now. I'm sure Julie will correct me in the chat if I got that wrong. Now, if we have a 5-year-old child who is still in a preschool program, they are reported in indicator 6. So that's what's going on with indicator 6. I'm going to talk about the proposed targets when I jump over to the data visualizations. I'm going to talk to you first about indicator 7, right? So 7 is telling us what's the percentage of our young kids with an IEP, and there's 3 different sections here, who improved in their social emotional skills, B, who acquired and used knowledge and skills related to early language, communication, early literacy. And C is telling us what's the percentage of our kids who improved in the use of an appropriate behavior to meet their needs. And so we measure that at 2 different points, and our districts measure this and they give us the data. So they measure it when a kid comes into Part B services for the first time. And then when a kid leaves Part B preschool services, they measure it again. So we're looking for growth during that period of time in those 3 areas. So that's what's going on with indicator 7. So for 7, really not changes. Obviously, we have to set new targets. We're thinking about, we think about whether to set a new baseline. A big push for us in this area is just data quality. Our data quality with this indicator, frankly, is not very good. And we need to invest in professional learning for our districts to get more consistent data with this indicator. So our focus is on updating those universal trainings and resources available to all districts. We did briefly consider updating our list of curriculum-based assessment tools. We surveyed early childhood providers and special education directors about this, and there was not an interest in updating that list. So that bullet is there, but we went down that path and there was not interest in that at this time. Okay, so if you're following along with me, journey back over to our Tableau public page, and let's start first with indicator 6. Okay, and I'm going to start, well, that's not what we want. We want our historical data. So here's how we have been doing historically on 6A, right, which is kids in preschool served in their regular preschool program, hovering between 37% and 40%, not nearly as high as I think any of us would like, but a big area of focus for us here at KSDE. So what we're proposing in terms of targets, so we were given the option here to set 1 target for all of the children who are 3, 4, and 5, or we were able to set individual targets by age. We chose to stay with targets as a group for 3 through 5-year-olds. And we are not going to set individual targets by age. The reason that we're doing that is when we review our data, even if we drill down into separate age groups, our data is fairly stable. So we're not seeing differences by age, and maybe some states are. And so it would be more appropriate to set targets by age. We just don't see that. Predominantly, we see when we're thinking about that home setting, most of our kids with disabilities are served in preschool programs in some kind of education settings, not at home. But I mean, still an important data point and one to consider. Okay, so on 6A, what we are proposing is to increase that by a rate of 0.97 each year, which is our standard deviation for 6A. So on 6B, what we are proposing is to also stick with that, but here you want a decrease, and to decrease by 1.26% per year. And then on 6C, what we're proposing, brand new data set. So we're going with a very not aggressive target here as we really learn this area and how best to support this, is we're proposing a reduction of 0.02% per year. And when we commented on these proposed changes, we thought that the home environment should be included, treated, so to speak, as a regular educational environment, that for a lot of families, they believe that home is the best environment for their young kids to be in. And so we consider that, I mean, in Kansas, we are, supportive of that, and our comments reflected that, but it definitely will be an interesting data point to track. So in terms of what our respondents said, we were really disappointed by our low survey numbers with these early childhood indicators. These are some of our lowest responses, which is really too bad. Just over half of our respondents said that that's appropriate. About a third of them said that that's not rigorous enough. And then about 10% said that's too rigorous. And you can see the breakdown here, pretty typical of our other indicators. All right, hang with me. One more, and then we're going to summarize. So let's jump over to early childhood outcomes. So here's how we have been doing historically, and this has a lot of subparts. So I'm not going to dive too deep in the weeds on this, kind of like I didn't on 3 as well. But just, you know, keep the, you know, the concept in your head of this is, you know, measuring at the beginning, measuring at the end of preschool. We want to improve in certain specified skill sets. Okay. So we are proposing on this one to go up by just 0.27 within the final 4 years, to stay the same for the first couple of years. On 7A2, we're proposing to stay the same for a couple of years, and then in the last 4 years to go up by just 0.83. Here, again, stay the same for a couple of years and then go up by just 0.22. Again, you're going to notice we're following that standard deviation. This particular group thought that was a good goal line for them on most things, not everything. Here, stay the same for a couple of years and then go up by 0.34%, which is just a bit higher than our standard deviation. Here, again, stay the same for a couple of years and then go up by our standard deviation the last 4 years. And then on this last one, stay the same a couple of years and then go up 0.27%, just a little bit more than our standard deviation the last couple of years. That's not what I want. Survey says, again, we got a few more respondents here, but just not pleased with the number of responses we got on these indicators. But our stakeholders really felt like these targets were appropriate, which is nice. Lots, you know, over 75% said, yeah, you guys are on track here. And you can see those other percentages. So that's indicator 7. Indicators 15 and 16, I'm not going to go into. They're on dispute resolution, 1 on mediation, 1 on resolution meetings held before a due process hearing. Those are state level indicators, not district level indicators. We have extremely low numbers in Kansas, so low that typically we're not required to meet our targets. So if you'd like to dive into them, you can, but in the interest of time, I'm going to skip over them. All right, at a glance, okay? At a glance, this is what our stakeholders said. So if you are following along, you can go to the survey summary on Tableau Public, or you might have that PDF from Kelly pulled out. So overall, you see that the majority of our stakeholders said the targets that you are proposing KSDE are appropriate, all at ranging levels. And if you want to see that same information, but in text, you can click this other tab. It'll tell you precisely what it's measuring, tell you that same information. Okay, so in our last few minutes on this, you guys have been real troopers to power through this. Your feedback on this is really important to us. We'd really like to hear from you in the last few minutes as you're thinking through that survey summary. And we'd like to hear from you on whether you agree with the stakeholders. Are there indicators where you don't agree with the stakeholders and you would like to see KSDE set more rigorous targets or less rigorous targets? If you disagree with stakeholders, please tell us why. Tell us what we can do differently and what your recommendation is instead. So what I did before this, just to help structure this a little bit for your chair, is I provided a proposed motion for SEAC's approval of this. And so if in your discussion you come to the consensus that you all approve of the targets proposed, you can vote that way. I also structured it in a different way that if you approve of this group, but you want to pull out a couple and give us different feedback, say go set more rigorous targets or go set less rigorous targets, you can do that. So again, not to predetermine in any way your conversation, but I appreciate the heavy lift this is and was just trying to give you some structure. So I'm gonna be quiet now, let you all discuss.
Laura, are you ready for us to go ahead and make a motion then?
I yield to the wisdom of this body on when they are ready to make that motion.
I'd be willing to go with option one with the wording that you recommended and make a motion that we accept the baselines and targets of the Kansas Performance Plan the way that they are right now.
This is Lena, and I would second that motion.
So
right,
Kelly,
and we
do
need
you
to
have a
get to the
poll?
vote.
Yeah. Do you have a poll for this? We did have one of our voters have to step away, so I believe this is the final result.
Okay, motion is approved unanimously. Laura, I expected there to be a lot of discussion about that, but Laura, I think you just did a really good job of giving us all the information we needed up front. So thank you for that. All right, I think we're ready to move into the ESI longitudinal data discussion with Shanna. She's ready for that.
I am ready. Can you guys hear me okay? Fantastic. I am actually going to screen share as well. Are you all seeing the report, the ESI report? Okay, great. And I will also be looking at another screen, so I apologize for that. This is a report that has been required since 2016 to be submitted to the governor and both the House and Senate Education Committees annually. This was last time submitted in January, and this year we're a little ahead of the game, so we wanted to get the information to you as soon as we could. It will then go to the Mental Health Advisory Council and then be posted on our webpage and sent over to the governor's office as well. So I am not going to spend a whole lot of time going in depth into this actual report. You all have it, you can read it. It's in the exact same format that it's always been in. But what we have done differently this year is put together a longitudinal report that I think we can spend a little bit more time in. So just as a reminder, emergency safety intervention is the use of seclusion or restraint. We collect this on all students, not just on individuals with special needs. And the data is submitted by the districts twice a year, once after each semester. From that point, then we go through and do a data analysis on all of these items listed 1 through 10 that disaggregates all the information so that we can break it out into groupings. We then provide targeted technical assistance on the individual level. This past spring, we provided 7 schools with a typical TA approach, 5 of them on seclusion issues and 2 of them on restraint. 2 of those cases were significant trauma for individual students, foster care placements, and really were resolved with some wraparound services, so not extreme. and another child was needing a more restrictive setting to be successful. We also had, for the first time, in a unique situation where we had to require technical assistance as part of a corrective action plan for a school district. And something that came to light with that was some confusion that school districts had between what the requirements were for emergency safety intervention reporting and the practice of restraint itself and training for that. So within that, we've been able to do an audit of one specific program for sure, and are definitely identifying some areas that there are some pieces of communication that can be more clear to districts on what those differences are and how they can best utilize training tools for their districts. So again, all of these numbers are in here, and I would say pipe up with any questions as we go, but I really think that the next document will be more useful. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that up, and we can come back to this if we need to. All right, do you see the document that says trend data? All right, great. It's always fun when you get going into it and then you realize nobody else is looking at it with you. All right, so this report tried to just make it very simple so that we can get the nitty gritty. Really wanted to see our trends of ESI over the years. So we went back to 2017 and then up to this past school year. I definitely encourage everyone to be mindful of the COVID impact last school year, and that any data collected last school year may be a little bit skewed just because not all kids were in school. School was done a little differently. And so especially when we're talking about something like restraint and seclusion, if you're not in school, then those things obviously are not going to be happening and not going to be reported. So you can see that there's a significant decrease for the 2021 school year. However, we can kind of attribute that likelihood to COVID. So don't be surprised if next year it rises back up to kind of this more consistent level that we've seen in the past. This chart here is the total number of students experiencing restraint and seclusion each year. So you can see the total number of kids. Definitely puts it in perspective. We have noticed that there, again, that decrease year to year was the COVID thing from the 2021 year. Other than that, it's really remained kind of level again with the restraints, and the same with the seclusions. Hasn't really decreased or changed a whole lot.
Shanna, you have a question. Do the numbers for 2019, 2020, and last year include all 180 days?
Yes. They include, yep, they go from July 1st of a school year to December 30th. And Laura, correct me if I'm wrong, and then January 1st to June 30th.
Nailed it.
Perfect, yay. This is my first time doing this presentation, so bear with me, guys. Here is the incident breakdown by students with an IEP, Section 504 plan, or neither. This to me was huge. This really spoke volumes when I saw this data. We are really seeing that our kids that are being restrained and secluded definitely have a higher likelihood of being on an individual education plan. In my mind, the good part of this is that they're already flagged. We already know that there's concern there. There are steps that can be put in place, like functional behavior analysis and behavior plans that hopefully can help with these interventions that are being used on these kiddos. A lot of these instances they come in are the restraints due to self-injurious behaviors by kids with specific disabilities. So I want you to keep that in mind too. A restraint is sometimes it's always for the child's safety or the safety of others. However, that self-injurious behavior it does show up in this. Section 504 plans are fewer in number anyways, so that's not surprising that's down. However, obviously our number of kids in general with no IEP are much higher, so there's not a lot of restraint or seclusion for those children. Those that are typically kids that have significant trauma histories, but not disabilities or exceptionalities. Average age representation, oh my gosh, are 8 and 9-year-olds. I don't know what happens with 8 and 9-year-old boys specifically, but that is what we've seen every year, 8 and 9-year-olds. Those little ones are having a rougher time.
You have a second question, Shanna.
Yes.
Is there data comparing these student settings, either inclusive classroom versus resource room?
We do not ask for that in our ESI data collection. This next chart is the breakdown by percent of ethnic population. So this is comparing the ESI of each ethnic group to the percent of that group as the whole population, if that makes sense. So out of our Hispanic and Latino population, the 2018-19 saw more children with ESI incidents. You can see from this chart clearly our incidents for Black children are doubling those of white students, and also the multi-ethnic and American Indian populations are also significantly higher. So again, this is one that I found was a really interesting piece of information. So when we consider that, we have our kids with on IEPs that are more likely, and then we have our kids of minority status that are more likely to be experiencing ESI. And so I think that gives us a lot to work with as far as planning and moving forward, and just information to have. Here's that breakdown by gender I had just mentioned previously when I was talking about the 8 and 9-year-old boys. It's primarily boys that are the ESI recipients. Very few girls, but the boys are definitely higher in number, and again, kind of remain static throughout the years. These last two charts I really find interesting. This one is a breakdown by incident by free or reduced lunch status. So you can see that on restraint, the free and reduced kids are much higher likelihood than those kids that are full pay. So this is saying a little bit about socioeconomic status also playing into these trends that we're seeing. Same thing with seclusion. Those free and reduced status children are experiencing more incidents of ESI than our full pay children are. So when you look at it, we know it's boys, we know it's boys on IEPs, we know it's boys of minority status, and we know it's boys that are typically going to be free reduced lunches. That gives us a lot of information overall. And finally, the last chart is that ESI status by the percentage in the school. So out of the ESIs, like in 1920, if we exclude the 2021 school year, because we know it's an outlier year because of COVID, and the whole free and reduced lunch application thing was confusing last year anyway. So if we throw that one out and we look at the 1920 as kind of being a typical year, we know that out of all of the ESI situations in the state of Kansas, 71% of those were experienced by kids receiving free and reduced lunch. So the lower income student population. So I will open it up to thoughts or feedback, impressions.
Shanna, you had a question in the chat from Marvin. He'd like some more information about the incident that you were speaking about, the miscommunication.
Yeah, let me speak to that, Shannon. First of all, excellent job on this ESI presentation. You did great. Apologize for this, but I've been working on the ESI stuff since 8 years ago, I think, on SEAC already now. That sounds about right. I just wanted to go back to that. It sounded like there was a corrective action. I don't want to know the details or anything, but you said the school districts are still not understanding what the ESI regs are saying. Is that what I caught?
Yes. So there has been some impression that in order to satisfy the requirement of ESI training, that school districts can obtain that through third-party vendors, such as MANT or CPI, something like that. That was the situation in the case that we had, was that the school district had participated in a training by one of those third-party vendors. And then there were some findings that were tied back to the ESI situation, and it really boiled down to the fact that they hadn't participated in the training of what we legally require in the state of Kansas. What constitutes specifically a release is not necessarily the same from state to state. And so in Kansas specifically, we release immediately upon the reduction of danger for that student. That is not the same from state to state. So some of the third-party trainers have different ways of presenting that. The other piece of it is that the third-party vendors do not necessarily train on seclusion at all. And so then that definition of seclusion can get a little muddled if the training is not very uniform. So I was really excited. We were offered an opportunity to go through one of the third-party vendors and do an entire train the trainers, participate with them, to be able to identify those things like that were maybe confusing for school districts, because they think, oh, you know, we're hiring for this ESI training, we're going to get these people in here and get our whole staff trained, but then it's not the training they end up necessarily needing. While helpful and beneficial to know how to properly restrain and safely restrain, it does not cover Kansas law. And so that's something that then we've been able to put out our own videos on. We've done a hot topic on it. We've gone on curricular and director quarterly meetings to talk about the fact that we still have Kansas law that needs to be expressed and trained on with staff.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies that. I appreciate your work on this. Thanks.
Sure. Other questions or thoughts?
This is Mike from DRC, and sorry I missed the first part of the meeting, but caught this section. So yeah, I, like Marvin, appreciate the work on this. And I know, there's a lot of different perspectives too on the training. There's one perspective that I'd never thought of before someone related to me, that if you train people on restraints, they're more likely to use them. And so you end up kind of inadvertently, because you want people to not get injured and to know the proper ways to do it. But, so it's interesting. So, obviously, with the law or the regs now and, reporting and the different things, and doing training on it is important, and I think that having sunlight into when the situations are happening and being able to identify, situations that kind of slid by before, both in building and then moving it to the state level, the cultural change has been amazing to see that, and I just appreciate all the work SEAC has done and all the members who do very much want to move the needle on this. And, and I think we're still a little ways from really seeing, the full benefits of this. We're still, I would say, despite all the efforts, there's still a lot of learning happening in the buildings and taking advantage of the benefit of the cultural change. I think just looking back to the federal hearing, there was a teacher in Wichita who was one of the witnesses in Congress. And it was somebody I hadn't ever met, and she talked about the before and after, and it was just really powerful hearing her story about how much it's changed. She didn't like being a teacher when she first started. And then after the training and after the change, she rarely has to use it in her classroom, and she's in one of the resource rooms, as I recall. And it was just a night and day difference. It's just really cool. And so I just, again, want to applaud all the work everyone is doing and the value in it. It's, anyways, that's my 2 cents. So thank you.
Thank you for that. It has really given us a lot of opportunity too in the areas of trauma and developmentally appropriate practices and behaviors to be able to get more in depth with schools on how those impact student behaviors and how, you may be able to completely de-escalate and defuse situations that otherwise could have been situations of restraint or seclusion by understanding that trauma cycle and understanding developmentally appropriate behaviors and responses. So it's definitely a topic that has presented ways for us to get more information across and for people to really be fully understanding.
When you look at the demographics of it being ethnic, male, in low SES status, I think it would be interesting to collect data on trauma ACEs and see if we could triangulate. I mean, if we're having much more incidents, like Mike said, if the only tool we have is a hammer, we're going to see everything as a nail. So I think incorporating the trauma-informed pieces with that would be really interesting to cross-section.
I will say that was one of the things I was most excited about with the training that I got to go through, was to see that they are now offering an entire trauma track for that. So I was beyond excited to know that, because I mean, that what you just said is key. You know, if you're going to trigger a trauma child, you're creating a problem for yourself versus something that could have been avoided.
So I am curious, since there are administrators on our council that offer these various trainings across the state, and we actually, you know, support those trainings through our targeted improvement plan application. A lot of districts utilize and target those funds towards some of these trainings. How are you addressing that the difference between the national training and then the Kansas specific piece that needs to be customized for Kansas?
Hey, Carrie, this is Lena from Reno County, and I'd be glad to talk about what we do. First of all, we like to distinguish that they're two separate things, and in our minds, not really related at all. And so we provide training on the Kansas ESI regulations every year. We always provide that wonderful single-page document or bookmark to all our staff, regardless of how long they've been with us. And then do an annual training on that. And then a new thing that we did this year for both paras and certified staff was to train on the relational piece of MANT, but not on the physical restraint side. And so we really focus in on the purpose of like MANT or CPI is that if you get to a situation where restraint or seclusion is required, we want you to be trained in how to appropriately do that. And that's where MANT and CPI come in, is that, you know, we don't want an untrained person restraining a child. And so we require that they are MANT or CPI trained in order to do those pieces. But I will speak to the fact that I think the special education side of things has been hammered with ESI and the understanding of it. And there is still a lack of understanding from our general education counterparts. And so, I mean, I just had a situation yesterday with a school psychologist tell me this restraint happened in a high school. And I said, well, where's the report? Well, they didn't call it restraint. I said, well, it is a restraint, and tell them I want the report. You know, so there's just still a lot of confusion out there. And I'm not sure what the answer is to get the information to them. But our general ed counterparts, especially at secondary, where maybe this doesn't happen as often, are not as well versed in the requirements for reporting and the requirements of what needs to go in that report. And I'm going to just flat out say the underreporting of the use of ESIs.
So that references, is it Mike? You asked that question earlier, right?
I didn't, but I mean, I think that is an issue that I think is important to raise, you know, and we know, I mean, it's been talked about too, there is some over reporting that still happens. So I think, you know, we know that on both sides is there. But yeah, I appreciate that perspective that was just raised as far as with that. So yeah.
Hey, this is Marvin Miller again, if I can interject. Lena, thank you for those comments. You mentioned though that you asked to see the report. Is that because it's going back, are special ed directors being put back in charge of this rather than it being a general education thing? Has that slid over the last few years or?
No, I asked to see the report to verify there was one.
Okay.
Because, the student had special needs in an IEP, and it is part of our responsibility to just double check that those reports are completed on time, because it does impact timely and accurate data that does impact special ed funding.
Okay, and I understand that. I know we've hit this hard in Sped World 6, 7, 8 years ago. I also know that we've had a huge turnover in administrators over the last 6 years, and I don't know if it's time for another refresher class for our refresher time for our general ed administrators, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I could speak to that. So in the spring, we put out a video for Hot Topic, put it out on the website and put it out through the listservs to everyone with the requirements and how, what is the definition of restraint? What is the definition of seclusion? And how do we look at that in the state of Kansas? What are those expectations for reporting? What are the timelines for reporting? All of that information was put out to those individuals. And then we also presented at the special education directors quarterly meeting and at the administrators quarterly meeting on the same topic. And I'm working with the folks at TASN right now to update the training videos that are available through them and Infinitec as well, so that we can update things, because some of them are a little bit dated. There has been, I would say, the biggest area of underreporting that I have noticed, and you'll hear more about this at the next SEAC meeting for significant disproportionality in discipline, is preschool, that population, and just the understanding of what is and isn't seclusion and restraint for the young learner. So.
Hi, this is Whitney George. I had a question. I'm a general education teacher, and our school district, Manhattan Ogden, we're doing a lot of trainings with the trauma informed and trying to, not to restrain kids, especially those with IEPs, obviously. But I have 2 students this year in my class that are like major behaviors with IEPs. And like they have a sensory bin, they have all the tools that they use, they see social workers, they get pulled for things. What I'm struggling with as a general education teacher, I don't know if this is the people to ask, but maybe someone can help me, is when they do something like destroy the hallway with the sensory bin stuff instead of using it how they should, and they've thrown it all over, there seems to be no consequences. And it all goes back to, well, what set him off? What was his trauma that made him do that? And so I just feel like sometimes the kids that, I mean, I don't want to say that it's an excuse for the trauma, but like, I just feel like if there was a consequence for that student doing that, maybe he wouldn't do it again. But I just feel like right now, since we're all so new to this and we're trying to, what set him off, what triggered him, what tools can he use? But then the consequences just have gone out the door. And so I feel like as the years have gone on, the last like 2 or 3 years, maybe because school hasn't been normal for anybody, I just feel like we see more of this, more running around the school and having to be chased by a para or destroying the sensory bins. And so our consequence is not a thing because of the trauma-informed, I guess is my question.
In true trauma-informed practices and models, consequence plays a very large piece of it because that's part of life. So I would say that maybe look at the model that your district is using and where you guys are at in that process of learning. TASN has a really good trauma responsive module on the TASN website that's helpful to learn how to best facilitate that, because no, consequences are not something that are ignored for trauma responsive practices.
Thank you. And I am talking to my principal about this tomorrow or later today. After this meeting's over, and I just feel like there needs to be consequences. I just feel like my students always get regulated. They get mad during my instruction, and then they get regulated, and then they get rewarded to go outside, which I know outside is what everybody needs, but just maybe maybe they don't get the recess as normal, but they still get the outside time, so that way they understand what they did was not right, but they're still regulating. So
yeah, and I think it's important too just to remember that the definition and the need for emergency safety interventions at times can include destruction of property. It depends obviously always on the individual situation and safety. I mean, that's really that big key factor. And if safety is an issue, then that is what justifies that intent.
yes, thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments for Shannon?
Michelle Warner, did you raise your hand?
So I'm the foster care program manager for DCF. I don't want to get us lost in the weeds with trauma informed, but obviously with foster care, that's a pretty hot topic. I am also a TBRI practitioner, which is a trust-based relational intervention. So I've trained adoptive families, I've trained foster families on trauma-informed care, and I think trauma-informed has become a bit of a buzzword. And so really to answer kind of some of Whitney's, I think, concerns, when we're talking about consequences, we have to remember that sometimes the consequence doesn't always fit the crime. You can't really change a behavior until you connect with a child. So you can't correct until you've connected. And that's a big kind of little quick phrase for TBRI. And so we need to really get beyond the consequences and really find ways to help youth redo behaviors and learn better methodologies for some of that. And so rather than looking at it from taking something away so that they learn more, it's how can I teach them to do better? And so it's just sort of a flip of some of that. And I know it's a hard shift. One really good book that I would just recommend to everybody was from actually Dr. Bruce Perry and Oprah. It's entitled What Happened to You? So if anyone's looking to get into some just really easily digestible trauma information that kind of gives you a good starting point to sort of shift that a little bit, I would start there. And then of course, anything with trust-based relational interventions, I think is a really, particularly for educators, there's a whole system that's built around that can just give teachers and educators some pretty concrete methodologies to meet some of these needs. Because I know it's an involving and ongoing process, but I just wanted to put some quick tools out there. Sorry.
And I would just ask that as you reflect upon this conversation, and if you think of things that might assist Laura and Shanna and us as we look at what types of statewide supports or policies that we can provide or clarify or provide additional resources towards in regards to this, to please reach out to us, because this is an example of certainly you don't ever want to have that corrective action, right? But in this instance, this corrective action is going to result in a statewide impact of us being able to actually intervene on a mismatch between our state regulations and policies with a very common level of professional development practice that is occurring. And so us being able to get those aligned and coherent is really important, right? So I'm just really excited, and Shanna, is really carrying the bulk of this work to figure that out. And it's pretty, I want to say, we don't own those materials, right? So they're having to change their materials. And the degree to which they do that, how they do that, that's why I was asking that question earlier. And Shanna, we actually haven't even debriefed from Shanna's audit of that. And she audited the trainer of the trainers, is what she was auditing, a training of trainers.
This is Mike, and just Laura hit it in the chat, but I think, the one piece, we're kind of looking at this globally and having a lot of great conversation. And I think, a couple of questions have kind of taken us to specific, but one of the big problems in the past was that lack of communication to parents. And so I think, that guidance is spot on. I mean, that's at the end of the day, when you're looking at individual incidents, that communication to parents is the key. And, if it's reported and documented, then you've got that paper trail to go back from, and hopefully the ability to answer most of the questions that are going to be coming from a parent who hears it from a parent, or who hears it, from another student, or, I mean, that's the big piece. And so I think at the end of the day, that's been a game changer, as that has become the norm, because it's always better for the parents to hear that from the school directly, along with the report of, what happened beforehand, what happened after, and to have that information so they can make that, because that's, the not knowing and hearing something, that's the scary part for the parents. So thank you guys. Great work and great questions, great discussion.
Okay. All right, I think we're ready to move on. We have the TASM survey up next.
Great. I'm Amy Gomer Erickson. I lead the TASM evaluation team, and I've met with this group quite a few times, most recently back in May, when I talked about the fact that we were surveying administrators across the state, asking for some feedback regarding the TASM overall network, the Technical Assistance System Network, and asking for their perceptions on how effective TASM is, what TASM does. And so one of the handouts you received today was the summary report from that survey that went out. So I'm going to just orient you to it so that you kind of know what you are looking at. And at the end, I'll take a few questions, but it's a report written by Dr. Julie Morrison at the University of Cincinnati. We decided to take a step back in TASM evaluation. We like to do evaluation of evaluation, so that meta level. And Julie is a great colleague to be able to support us in doing so. So I'm just going to briefly scroll through some of the pieces and highlight a few things from the report. The first thing I want to start with is on page 4, actually page 3, the demographics. So this report represents data from 312 administrators within public schools in Kansas. The percentage of special education administrators is 88% of the special education entities across the state. And then for LEAs, it represents 70% of the LEAs across the state. And you should all, in the email that came out today with all of the materials for this meeting, have this report. It's called the TASN Feedback Survey. So all of you are hopefully able to, if your screen's small, pull up the actual report and I will orient you as I talk about page numbers. Feel free to ask questions in the chat, and then at the end, we may have a couple minutes for a little bit of discussion. So as I said, 312 responses. 73% are general education administrator roles, and 27% or 84 people are special education administrator roles. But across the board, that represents 88% of the special education organizations in the state. So that's important to know as you're going through this. This isn't the end all be all. This is one perception mechanism. And so we are not trying to answer every question here. We're just trying to get a sense of what administrators across the state feel are the strengths of TASN and areas that TASN could improve. Just a little bit more about the demographic. It does overly represent large districts. So these are quartiles were set of all the district sizes in the state. And so a fourth of all districts are in each of those quartiles. As you can see, there's more administrators from those large districts that responded. This is because more administrators from those large districts were asked to respond, because we tried to find all of the general ed and special education administrator roles in Kansas. So large districts have more, therefore the data represents them a little more fully. Looking at free and reduced lunch rates overall in those districts, there's not a whole lot of difference. So in general, it kind of represents the state with more about the large districts than the small district perspective. The first question asked on page 6, where we're starting to get to in the report, ask about familiarity with TASN. How familiar are you with the supports offered by TASN? As you can see from this graph, special education administrators are more familiar with TASN than general education administrators. This is rather logical, considering that TASN is a network created through the Special Education and Title Services team to provide professional development and ongoing coaching and technical assistance, particularly around supporting the needs and outcomes for students with disabilities. Then, in addition to just rating that, participants were asked to describe TASN. So I want to share a little bit from those descriptions. And as you go through, you're going to actually understand how themes were created and all of that, but today's highlights. A couple of these I want to read. The first one, TASN is a resource to provide consultation, coaching, shared resources, and training, a phenomenal non-threatening resource to expand individual and group knowledge in multiple areas within special education. The second one, tremendous resource in making school improvements for free, experts in data analysis, tiered support, assessment, progress monitoring, leadership. So a couple highlights there. But along with that, when asked to describe TASN, there were also quotes that said some frustration in ability to describe TASN. So here's 2 quotes kind of representing that. Assistance in areas of special education or title or MTSS. This is an awful description. This is one of the biggest problems. No one really knows what it is. Also, Big Blue Button is not the way to think about it and how it's all rolled, but it was how it was rolled out in the beginning. Or this comment, I don't feel like I understand the structure of TASN and how it blends into the umbrella of KSDE enough to explain it. Then the next section asks about resource access and professional development access. So as I go through here, there's a lot of quotes saying great things about the resources and the professional development. When we look at the frequency of resource access, so these are things like briefs, modules, virtual training, virtual workshop, webinars, things that are on the TASN website. So resource access here, again, special education administrator roles access the resources on TASN more than those general ed administrator roles, but the most frequent response from both groups was about a monthly basis. Professional development, similar, with special education administrators responding that they access for their district or supported others in their district to engage in professional development provided by TASN. Then the next part asks just which projects you engage with. And so the results, Kansas MTSS and alignment was the project that administrators all were saying, yeah, not all, but a large number of them were saying, yes, we engage with Kansas MTSS. There's no real judgment on this. Just wanted to get a sense of how well they knew which projects they were engaging with. We do know this information in other ways through professional development contacts and other resources on the TASN site. Then there was a question about what is least useful about TASN. And this really comes down to this statement. Sometimes it feels like drinking from a fire hydrant. All the other statements talk a little bit about that. There's a lot of information, not always sure where to look. And then some around clarity of resources. What is it really? Our service is free. Could you send out more information? When asked how they contact access TASN services, the #1 way was to email or call a TASN provider. TASN provider information is provided on the TASN website, but this implies that it may be kind of contacting who you know in some instances. So there may be other ways to also get more information out to people. But we still had 60 say, I use the big blue button, and 65 who say, I ask a colleague. And then this, I think, is really important. The question was, what do you think TASN should be focusing on providing? So if I gave this survey again, I would clean up this list. This was a set list, and they were asked to rank order these things. So there's ways we can definitely improve as we think about asking for feedback from additional roles, like those who have participated in professional development from TASN, or special education teachers across the state. There's many ways we could move forward with this, but at this point, the question really was, does TASN meet the needs of districts identified by leadership across the state? And TASN is not designed to meet the needs of all needs of all people. And so that's one thing that KSDE is just trying to understand. What do districts clearly understand what the role of TASN is, what TASN is able to offer, where other resources are as well. And so general ed and special ed administrators agreed overwhelmingly that the things that TASN should continue to provide or provide most deeply are the consultation and technical assistance and ongoing professional development. And I think that's something that has been highlighted with throughout TASN as it is in-depth. It engaging in TASN professional development often takes quite a bit of time, but that is really the focus area of TASN, and many other resources also exist to support the professional development. And I know that was really fast. The report really provides so much more information, and I just wanted to give you a few highlights today that you are going to be able to find in the report. As always, we, the evaluation team, when you're talking about how to gather information, we're always open to feedback. KSDE is using this information to have conversations around ways to continually improve the TASN overall system, the information being shared, how to support districts. And so at this point, we are at those beginning stages. Here's some data that has been collected that is starting to be discussed.
All right, thank you, Amy. That was a lot of great information. Does anybody have any questions for Amy? All right, well, thank you again. The next item on our agenda is lunch. So we're ready to break for lunch. It looks like we come back at 12:50. Yeah. All right, we'll see you back. Thank you.
Let's see if you can stop sharing. I'll go ahead and share my screen. There we go. Excellent. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Dean Zeitz, and I am the State and Federal Programs Coordinator here at the Kansas Department of Education. And I'm going to share what should be a fairly short update because you may recall we did do an update back in July as well, and not a lot has changed since that time. But we're just going to give a quick refresher on a couple things, but I will, because I always like to keep it interesting, I will provide a couple of additional resources on stuff that is happening and that's coming down the pike. So hopefully, well, friends, can I just get a thumbs up? Are you seeing my PowerPoint? Cool. All right. Excellent. And yes, we're doing an update on federal aid. Okay, so you've already seen this slide before. The breakout of the different federal relief aid that's coming through the Kansas Department of Education. We went through this in depth last time, so I'm not going to go back through all of it again. I simply want, but I do want to include it just to give folks kind of that quick recap of just what is out there right now that districts have in addition to their regular funding to help support students as they are coming back into school and to address both immediate needs of kiddos and maintaining those safe environments for both them and staff, as well as resources to assist with learning loss and other wraparound services. At this time, most of the ESSER 1 funds, that's the approximately $85 million in the far left column. At this point, most of that money has now been spent down. And we're really just starting to get into the ESSER 2 funds, that $370 million that we got back in December of 2020. It feels like a long time ago. But it really isn't. And districts are just now starting to submit their applications for ESSER 3. That's the largest pot of $830 million that will remain available through September 30th of 2024. And I said this last time, but I'm going to call it out again. For ESSER 3 funds, that great big pot of money it's a great big pot of money that has to be used with a lot of strings and within a very short period of time. So do have sympathy on the administrators that have to figure this out. But for that money, every single school district in Kansas has to submit a plan to the Kansas Department of Education. And the U.S. Department of Education and Congress included additional provisions with these ESSER 3 funds that says very explicitly that before they can submit these plans to KSDE on how these funds are going to be utilized, they must engage a variety of stakeholder groups that are explicitly itemized out within the law, and they have to meaningfully engage with each of these groups. Among those are groups of individuals that represent students with disabilities and as well as students with disabilities. That's two separate categories. They aren't necessarily the same. There's also requirements for civil rights organizations that they must engage with civil rights organizations, as well as parents, teachers, administrators, et cetera. And the full information on that can be found on the KSDE website under the ESSER 3 application information on our website. But I do call that out just to make sure that it is on your radars, that kind of engagement should be happening. And of course, we do always want to say that while it is ultimately the LEA's decision on what they're going to do in the plan, the requirement here is not simply that they post information, but rather that there is meaningful engagement. So there does need to be that opportunity to actually provide meaningful feedback. So we would just want to keep that on everyone's radar. Okay, so the other thing that we want to kind of call out for this group, and again, this is a little bit of a repeat from last time, but we do want to call it that maintenance of effort, IDEA maintenance of effort does remain a concern for our team as we are moving into this 21-22 school year. Our team is working closely with special education directors around the state, and I will say the directors have been very proactive in reaching out to us and working with us. But because of that tremendous influx of federal aid, it does inject a lot of uncertainty, and the possibility is high that someone could that someone could inadvertently miss their maintenance of effort, meaning that they did not utilize this additional federal aid to do additional work to help students in new ways, and students and staff in new ways, and instead reduced their existing levels of state or local spending, which at this time, there should be no reason that those should be down from what they have been in the past, because if anything, that those levels have been going up. And regardless, and this is what we call out here, regardless, there are no waivers, there are no extraordinary waivers in the law, and we do not anticipate any. And when I say I don't anticipate any, we always want to reiterate that at this point, Congress, who is the only group that has the authority to make a waiver, has had multiple opportunities to weigh in on this, and they have absolutely discussed it, but they have chosen not to pass any sort of additional waivers or flexibilities here. So there is no reason to anticipate that it's going to happen at this point. And again, I do call out there at the bottom too that this funding is absolutely needed, but it is a surge in funding, which is a very different equation and set of circumstances than if this was a commitment to ongoing funding at these levels. So again, do have sympathy for those administrators that are having to walk this tightrope of implementing good quality, effective services for students without supplanting what they're already doing, but also doing it in a way that is mindful that this is going to go away in no later than 2024. Okay, so I promised something new. Additional reading. So when we talk about, so what do you do with all this additional funding and resources? I believe that Kelly has sent out has emailed out PDF copies of this resource that I have on the screen. But if you're like me, sometimes it's nice to have the link also, and we do include the QR code. So feel free to snap a picture of that QR code, and you can just go directly to it. But the U.S. Department of Education has put out a number of really good quality resources based on information that they've gathered from around the country through the comprehensive centers that they fund in conjunction with both local school districts and state departments of education, and really work to identify practical strategic options that can be utilized to support students in this time, and with some particular emphasis on addressing the needs of those most vulnerable students, including students with disabilities. So this is a fantastic resource, and even if you've seen this one before, I would still encourage you to kind of check it out, because it also then links back to some of the other resources, and additional information is constantly coming out here. And if nothing else, even if you don't live in the fiscal world, this is still a nice place to get to get kind of a sense of what's out there, and kind of get your head up above just even what we're doing here in Kansas, and see what others are doing, and maybe inform and spark some interesting conversations within your groups and in your community. And then the next thing that I did want to share is there is an update out from the Education and Labor Committee in the U.S. House on that does have a nice, succinct write-up of what is being proposed by the House as part of their portion of the $3.5 trillion bill that is making its way through Congress. I'm not even going to begin to get into the political side of that, but simply to say that this is that major bill, funding bill that is currently with the U.S. House, and each of the major committees there is kind of given a chunk of that $3.5 trillion bill that they are responsible for. And the link here goes to the summary of what the Committee on Ed and Labor have put together. And so this is going to include things like the funding that would come through the U.S. Department of Education, some of which might come through KSDE, other things would be direct grants. It also includes a lot on like the child care and other wraparound kind of services. And there are some things particularly that might be interest of this group, including some of these things that, for instance, the proposal to include to expand childcare and pre-K services also includes some language that does it in such a way that it's really structured to do it in environments that are inclusive and represent and supporting childcare and pre-K environments that are reflective of the actual population of the preponderance of students with disabilities in the general population, rather than more restrictive classrooms. So some interesting things being proposed there that even if this doesn't become law, it does give an interesting sense of kind of where things are going with some of the folks in Congress. And I think with that, I promised Carrie Haig I was going to try to keep this under about 10 minutes. So because I know that she's got a lot to share with Simmer, but I do want to provide an opportunity if there's any questions. Okay, well, if there aren't any, but you do think of some later, always feel free to either email me directly at dzajic@ksde.org. I have to spell it out rather than saying Zeitz. Oh, yes, Kelly?
There is a comment from Rebecca in the chat, if you want to address that.
One of my
and thank you for calling that out, because I always, when I'm sharing, it's always tricky to see my chat. Okay, modernized building districts would be able to make, yes, yeah.
I'm in a wheelchair, but I've got 6 students in a wheelchair this year in my building, which is the largest number I've ever seen. They can't get into the nurse's office independently. There are no bathroom door buzzers and things. So it really makes it difficult for them to use the facilities or get into some of the classrooms. But I don't expect buzzers on every doors, but on a bathroom, on every floor in a building. Isn't that something that the money could be spent on?
Well, to the for the new funding, I'm not familiar enough with it yet to say that to probably comment on that. And I should say too, by the time we have your next SEAC meeting, we'll probably know more one way or another, kind of on where things are going with that, or if they are going to go anywhere. But you do raise an issue of accessibility more generally. Irrespective of additional funding, there may be some conversations to be had, and I don't know if Laura or I think she may be on. If there's any others that want to chime in on accessibility, maybe more generally.
Yeah, I'd be happy to chime in, Dean. So our agency doesn't oversee the Americans with Disabilities Act, but absolutely, if you are concerned about whether your district is meeting those requirements, your district should have an ADA coordinator that can answer those questions for you. But if you're looking to go outside of your district, a resource I often point people to is the Kansas Association of School Boards. I believe that currently all Kansas districts are members of the Kansas Association of School Boards. And like I said, our team does not work with that law, but that organization does and represents school districts. And I just popped their link in the chat, and you can contact them. They have attorneys on staff.
Thank you, Laura, and great question. All right, any other questions? Okay, good, and yes, and Laura did put that in the chat. Okay, well, again, if there are questions, feel free to email me anytime or pass your questions on to Bert, and we'll make sure they get to the right person. So back to you.
All right, and then as Dean said, Carrie Haig is up next.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carrie, and I am an assistant director on special education and title services team. And one of my responsibilities is serving as the lead for what is known as Indicator 17, the State Systemic Improvement Plan. And so today I'm going to go through a little bit about what that is, the federal requirements of that, how Kansas has interpreted those requirements for our own plan, and then what our proposals are moving forward that we would like your support of. So, and Amy Gomer Erickson is here with me today. You heard from her earlier today. And Amy is as part of our duties of our TASN, the evaluation of our work is they provide the support for the data collection and the writing of our report for this indicator. So for the results-driven accountability effort at the federal level, the state systemic improvement plan piece of that is relatively new. It's started in 2013, and it is, I sometimes call it the horse. It's like as far as indicators go, it is a horse of a different color, but yet it is still a horse of the indicators. Because it's a more systemic, and it takes its focus on focused on implementation and measuring implementation that occurs within districts. So the requirements for the indicator is that we have a comprehensive, ambitious, achievable, multi-year plan, and that plan be operated within 3 phases. And so those phases are your typical feedback loop phase that you might expect. So if you think about this reporting on our work on this is the state education agency reporting our implementation up to the federal level. And then we are required to identify state identified measurable result to report our progress on it and have improvement strategies and activities and measures. So next slide. And like the other indicators, it's expressed as a percentage, but you notice the other indicators don't have the state identified measurable result piece of it. But their requirement is that SIMR, that we refer to it as an acronym, of course, is that it be a student performance based. And then each year we update that data as the degree to which we've met our state target on it. Go ahead. So, and like the other indicators, we can keep the same targets multiple years in a row, but we do have to show improvement over baseline at the end of the 5 years. And whenever we make changes, we must explain our rationale for that. So what does that look like in Kansas? So for us in Kansas, what we've done is we've taken and used this as an opportunity really to measure a slice of our work here at KSDE that we consider most systemic, and to assess the degree to which it impacts and is able to improve the results for students with disabilities. And that slice of work is Kansas multi-tiered systems of support and alignment. Specifically, the districts who are installing an integrated school improvement framework for academics, behavior, social, and emotional learning. So it's as MTSS has been implemented in different ways, different districts across the years. So for this reporting, it is only those districts that are doing that integrated approach of academics, behavior, social, and emotional learning. And one of the other pieces that we've done as a state to measure the work of this by, and that we have is the student progress measure that we've used is a curriculum-based measure. And safe to say that when we first did this, we were one of the very few states that did this. A lot of other states use their state assessments to report on progress for this indicator. And there's lots of reasons why we didn't, but at the beginning, basically, we didn't have state assessment data the year we were to start this. So we went with this, and that actually ended up being a benefit for us. And now, as we're doing this second iteration of this work, many of the other states are now shifting to using this type of measure. So until now, we haven't had a really solid infrastructure as a state to be able to collect this data within those districts. So I have to give a huge thanks and gratitude towards those districts that have agreed to have this data collected within there, as well as our team of Denise Brown, Linda Wilkerson, and Todd, and the Kansas MTSS state trainers, because they've had to really kind of manually pull this data together to be able to report it up to us statewide data. And so we don't collect any individual student data. It's data that is from a building level that's then collected and aggregated up to us. So for us, our simmer right now is around the percentage of children with disabilities in the grades K through 5 who perform at benchmark above in reading, and as measured by using that general outcomes measure. Then another component of our plan that we're required to have is, next slide, Amy. Oh, yep, you're there. Is that we're required to have improvement plan strategies, and our strategies focus really at 3 levels. The first level is within the state education agency, state level policy, alignment and coherency of our work. For example, a good example of that is around indicator 3 and state assessment, and all those decisions that are made in terms of things that impact any students with disabilities or accommodations. That all plays into this, as well as supporting implementation of evidence-based practices. And it's also why we have our technical assistance systems network of support, and why we've approached it in a comprehensive manner to support broadly across the realm of instructional support that's needed. Then the second strategy focuses on the Kansas multi-tiered system of supports itself and the implementation of that. But the real focus of it is really about how we as an SEA support build the capacity of Kansas MTSS. That's what's being measured there. And then the third strategy is around evaluating the degree to which the state our structure is supporting the district implementation of evidence-based practices. So those types of indicators that you heard earlier today around assessment, least restrictive environment, the early childhood settings and LRE, preschool, the preschool level, parent involvement, child find, C2B, those are all kind of encompassed within here. But what this is the actual instructional side of that work and the student outcome side of that we're taking, I guess, a dipstick into and reporting to the feds on. So for the next, for this next iteration coming out, we have a unique situation in that we have what we've done in the past, and then we have where we want to go in the future, and then we have this kind of in-between time. So our data that we have, that's our trend data, really had showed that we did have a good steady increase in the percentage of students with disabilities that were reading at benchmark level or above. And so we feel pretty confident about that's occurring. And what we're proposing as we move forward is that we shift how we calculate this measure from that percentage at grade level to one that's based on the rate of improvement. And we're able to do that because we have better access to an implementation, and that's use of that FastBridge system across the state. And we believe that will be helpful for us. But this change, we're not able to really report on any of this yet until next school year. So we actually don't have any data right now. When we submit our report in February of, always have to close, February of 2022, we will have no indicator 17 data to report because of COVID and the shift to remote instruction. The data that is occurring, that can be collected right now from schools, won't be reported until 2023. So that's the forward nature of that. So here's a picture of kind of what it's looked like, a couple ways to look at it. So our simmer is, we started out, we adjusted our baseline in 2016 because we started out, we were too high. We also had state assessments change, or we also had changes in the work, and we saw that we needed to change that. So 2016, we reestablished baseline. That wasn't that long ago. And so what we have here is you can see where we had our state targets, where we were under our targets, and then we were actually above our targets, and now we're pretty much right at our targets. And then, so that is the reading proficiency. And then we have the reading accuracy part. And that's not part of the target per se, but it is part of what we collected. Amy, do you want to talk about this slide a little more? Because you have a little more in depth.
Yes. So one of the advantages of using the FastBridge data for this indicator is that it's a wealth of information within there. And while we are seeing growth in the percentage of students with disabilities who reach that grade level proficiency, we know that many students start substantially below grade level. And so this indicator, you only get that check mark when you get all the way up to grade level. So another piece of data that was able to be collected through the FastBridge system was the percentage of students with disabilities, that same exact student set as proficient, who were reading accurately. And the science of reading shows that reading accurately is a precursor to reading fluently and reading comprehension. And so we started collecting that as well through the system in order to be able to see some of the indicators that are earlier indicators that students are getting closer to that grade level reading ability. But in the newest iterations of FastBridge, thankfully they continue to improve as well. They have started doing this rate of improvement measure, and that is a phenomenal measure that takes every student where they are in the fall, calculates what would be a grade levels improvement for the year, and then uses their spring data to determine whether they were below, at, or above a grade level worth of rate of change. So a little bit complicated, but they give it a number and a color that makes it easy to interpret. And so to be able to actually look at every single student and identify whether their rate of improvement was at or above the expected grade level rate of improvement really becomes a closing the achievement gap, and acknowledges where every student is and where they're going. I see some comments in the chat. He says, graph over time, thanks for including. I love that you're including progress and not achievement. This, it's great when the calculations within systems kind of catch up with the need for having that data. And so, yes, now we're like, hey, we can do this. Schools, it's the data that MTSS is showing schools how to look at. Jennifer, thanks. Yes, it is a very exciting change. It's one that we are super excited about, but are still a year off of. And I guess that's part of the presentation here is getting your feedback. This isn't in any way set in stone. We're seeing it as opportunities. Carrie, I'll turn it back over to you.
So we also think that, doing this will really help us be able to measure or have a way, help us learn at a state, larger scale level, how to look at ensuring that students with disabilities are not falling behind their non-disabled peers in terms of learning rates. And even if it is below grade level, are they progressing forward? As well as that this is more consistent with the spirit and intent of IDA, because it helps ensure that students with disabilities are not only making progress, but they're not falling further behind. And so that's the exciting part of this that we're going to be trying to implement well. So this slide here is really a narrative explanation of what we want to do here with the revision of how we're measuring the simmer. And what we just talked about. So where are we at right now? So where we're at right now is that in a perfect world, we would have, been able to have the data to show why we would need to do this. Well, we don't have data. We don't have data from last year because of the shift to remote instruction. And we actually don't have data yet from the 21-22 school year analyzed yet either. But our hypothesis is that data is probably going to go down somewhat. So what we need to do as far as this submission is we need to basically continue what we were doing for a year. And then next year, we will shift to this new way of collecting data and reset our targets using the data that's collected now as our baseline. So what we're doing, yeah, so next slide, Amy. Yeah. And because we don't have any data upon which to make a reliable or valid decision right now, we would do that next year. And so that's when we'll come back to you all, and we probably will actually keep coming back to you all with and seek your advice in what does that look like. But we'll also come back with the theory of action, our logic model, evaluation plan, all those things, all those implementation plans after we're able to see what this data looks like and where we need to head forward. So right there you can see the wording, that rate of improvement. And this would also, we're also proposing that we would start within a new cohort of Kansas MTSS and alignment buildings. So that is a big shift as well. So that'll give us a fresh look at another group of districts and schools. And Amy, do you want to talk anything about the new districts or?
No, that is, sorry, that's the discussions that are occurring right now, identifying those districts to join a 5-year cohort, to agree to share data in order for these analyses to occur. So the processes are the same for Kansas MTSS districts engaging in that work across the board. But the group that this data is shared up to the state in an aggregated way in order to report here and make some of those decisions, that is a more structured group. Thank you very much, Heath, for sharing a quick video on understanding the difference between progress versus achievement.
Thank you. Thanks, Heath.
Hey, Carrie, this is Marvin Miller. Hey, I got a quick question. I know FastBridge is getting rolled out in different districts. What about our students, and maybe I just never paid attention, how do we measure our students who are not readers, some of my nonverbal students, and so on? How does that captured?
So it would depend upon the way that their progress is being monitored.
Okay, so not just through
was factored into this.
Okay, so they'd have another. We must be using another tool besides FastBridge or Ames Web, which would have been the old one. But okay.
Yeah, and that is one of the things that we are going back. One of the emphasis that we're in the process of doing right now and next year is really making sure we are getting to kids with more that might have more challenging, complex needs for assessment, and that those kids' reading levels are being assessed, and that they are having opportunities to being taught to read. That's the next one. You're talking about, like, the 1%.
Right,
kids,
or the
right?
0.5%, right? Yeah.
Yeah, or the 0.5%. Yeah. So that is an emphasis that we want to go back in and make sure that it's the numbers that we're reporting are truly inclusive of all of that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, somebody had wrote.
I'm just adding junk in there in case people are bored. It's nothing important, Gary. Really, first, for those of you that haven't probably heard this story, and I'm sure I've told it on here before because I talk about looking at growth a lot. My experience with it was when I was working as an assistant superintendent in Wellington. We started MTSS with TASN. We started Visible Learning Plus, and we felt like we were doing great things. My principals were excited. My students were excited. They were sending me student videos talking about what they're learning. Everybody says they're growing. And then our state assessment data came out. And I got the message from somebody, maybe in TASN through a third party, that they looked at our state data and said, well, they didn't accomplish anything. I thought they were doing good down there. I was a bit fired up. We had 2 buildings where the students in special education grew in reading at a rate at or above the 80th percentile. Half of them, half the special ed students growing at or above the 80th percentile in reading. And I'm like, that's baloney, we didn't do good. But they're right. Our state assessment data didn't change much. So what I did is I started going into FastBridge, and this was years ago, before the newer reports, but they had growth reports. That's how I knew they grew at the 80th percentile, from the growth reports. And then I also took all the raw data and calculated the effect sizes. And we found out we were pretty darn excited with the growth we had, and that we should focus on that growth and love that growth because they're moving towards achievement. We weren't there yet. We weren't done, but we were moving in the right direction. And if you don't know that, then you might make decisions like, well, we shouldn't do this anymore. It didn't work. So that's where I'm a little bit passionate about it. So now everybody's got a chance to hear the story. So hopefully I'll remember to not tell it again for a long time.
And that is exactly what the simmer change is all about, is really validating and noticing that growth of every student. And that's what we should celebrate.
And Amy and her team have actually done some deeper level analysis on some of this data. That, Amy, do you want to talk about some of those, that about the rate of how the students with disabilities are learning?
So
that you found that are pretty interesting.
So there's a variety of things that we've been exploring to make sure this is the right measure. But part of that really is looking also at the implementation depth of MTSS and how that correlates to the rate of growth for students. And this just brings so much more about in understanding how those state level policies and systems and the collaboration that's happening at the state level then enables and supports MTSS and the districts implementing tiered systems of support to implement practices aligned with the science reading, especially in this instance, and how like letters training has benefited that, which is a evidence-based practice. And then being able to see some of those implementation pieces as well as the core curriculum and the intervention implementation that results in students making gains greater than those grade level gains.
Yeah, those are exciting to do that.
All right, well, thank you. We're all excited about this. This is amazing news for those of us who've been around special education for a while, because like Heath's story, illustrated. We know when our students are growing, we know that they're growing, but the way we were measuring it before didn't always reflect that. So this is exciting. All right, any other questions for Amy or Carrie before we move on? Just some clapping, it looks like.
Bert, do you have any words of wisdom for the group? Thoughts about this?
Yeah, I think we're on the right track. And as a psychometrist, having been a school psychologist, the one thing I had to tell my teachers is, what is the baseline of each individual child? So where are they? They may be at a K-9 level and they're in first grade, third month. But what you look at is the growth in the aim line. Is the student making progress the same as the rest of the class? So you're looking at that growth index for each student. It's like an intervention plan. If you try an intervention and it's flatlined, then stop doing it because it's not working. You need to find an intervention that's effective, and you need to get progress measured by how well that student performs. Remember, we talked about performing a year. So if that child moves a year in their growth in reading, math, behavior, social, emotional, whatever, they've made good growth, but they may not have made the same growth as their peers. So I think we always have to be cautious when we're interpreting data, especially state assessments, where our state decided to be very aggressive in our cut scores. And they're looking at the top quartile basically as R3-4, and they want everybody to be in the top quartile. Well, I'm sorry, I was trained in the normal curve equivalent. And that meant that we had a large percent in the middle and we had some at the bottom and some at the top. Not everybody was skewed to the top, like in No Child Left Behind, where we were going to have 100% proficient. So I think this growth measure and looking at progress over time is the way to measure student performance, not an assessment. It's one measure that is based upon whatever that assessment has been founded on, validated on. It is not the end all to what a student knows and is able to do. So I'll leave it at that. But I think this is a great way that we in this state look at growth.
All right, so what we'll be asking the OSEP is basically for a little grace period, if you will, for us to be able to make the shift to this then in 2023.
Yep. Great plan. Well, folks, you've been sitting now. I know I'm up next for almost an hour. I'm going to do a little romper room with you. If you can stand up, then what I'd like for you to do is stand up, bend and stretch, and reach for the sky, if you will, please. If you can't, just sit and bend and stretch. Take a deep breath and let it out, and get ready for some very exciting KSDE updates. And then we'll get into our reports from the ex officio members. Thank you all for your patience today. We've thrown a lot of information at you, a lot of data sets, a lot of information that some of your heads are swimming. You're saying, what did they say today? How am I going to be able to summarize this? So that's why we give you the handouts, and you can always share them and then say, if you have any questions, let me know. Thing I wanted to talk to you about is that we are up for monitoring, and you, this SEAC group, are the first group that people can remember will go through monitoring for the Special Ed Advisory Council. Your voices are going to have to be heard, and they're going to have to be loud, and they're going to have to be on point, because this first year of monitoring is a self-assessment for us to be reviewing these puzzle pieces that OSEP is going to provide to us. And there'll be a different one each month, starting with fiscal. And we review then what's on our website, what are we doing, what do we have as a self-evaluation. Then next year, they will actually do the on-site evaluation, whether that be paper trail or whether that be here in person. We know they're going to visit districts, and there's always one district that they always go to when they come. And that seems to be the one in Sedgwick County called Wichita Public Schools. They love Wichita. So I'm sure that they'll want to visit Wichita, and they'll probably pick a medium-sized district, small district, maybe a couple of each, and just go and find out what's going on within those districts, and then do a comparative analysis for our state report. So I want you all to be aware that for the next 3 years, you're going to be engaged and involved in that DMS process of monitoring. And congratulations, you're the winners. So are we, all that sit in these seats. A couple of things I did on your behalf. I had two board members that kept hounding me, and literally hounding me, Ben Jones and Dina Horst, and wanted to know if we had any legislative positions that we wanted to move forward. So I took our conversations that we've had the last couple of years, and I put together two items that I promoted as SEAC led, and I hope you'll forgive me if you disagree with me in either of these. The first was to look at a Future Teachers of America program that could be initiated at the high school level that would support scholarships for some of our best and brightest students to receive tuition-free, book-free reimbursement to become teachers. I didn't push special education teachers because the idea is that once you get a teacher involved in a program, they can specialize along the way. But if we could find, and we just turned down last year, $300 million we cut in taxes. And now we have this big surplus, and you better believe the legislators are going to come back and they're going to look for big tax cuts again. Because we here at the State Department, they cut our raises that the governor had in. So there have been 2 raises for the employees at KSDE in the last 10 years. And I'm just saying that to give you some idea of the harshness of what happens when legislators are making decisions that are going to impact what happens in the future of Kansas. But if they could come together and they could implement some sort of Future Teachers of America, then we would have our best and our brightest kids headed for the education field, which we need. And eventually that will translate to special education. The second area that I heard from many parents about, and that we've talked about right here at SEAC, is those students that are turning 22 at the end of this year, who went for 18 months without the services that were in their IEPs for that 18 to 21-year-old program. So I have asked the board to present that students that are 22 that still need to work on their transition programs and their 1821 program objectives like community-based experiences, job experiences, training, preparation for daily life, that the state pay for an extra year. So it would only be one-time payment, and it would be for students turning 22 next year would be eligible to stay in their programs for an extra year in the form of compensatory education, if you will. But that will provide for a pool of students to stay in school and get reimbursed for that one extra year. So I did forward those two on to the board, and I did support them through SEAC, and I hope none of you mind. I thought you'd all agree with me because they're topics that are dear and near to our hearts. The other thing I wanted to share with you is that we have had many, many questions on remote learning. It's unbelievable the questions we're receiving on remote learning. House Bill 2134 that the legislators passed, not the state board approved, the legislators passed, limits remote learning to 40 hours for the entire school year per student. So each student has to be calculated on how much time they spend doing remote learning. Once they reach 40 hours, if the board, the local board, does not approve them for more time and hours based upon injury, illness, or extraordinary circumstance, which translates to quarantine, then they will have their funding cut to that of a virtual student. So example, in my district, I received about $12,000 for each student when you looked at the weightings. So I would get the base state aid of $4,000. Back when I was SIP, it was more in the $3,900. And then we got weightings for special education, transportation. We got it for poverty, at-risk students. I mean, all those weightings added in. So I got pretty much double what the state aid was for pupil. Well, that will be reduced to $5,000 if the local board does not approve under those 3 conditions: injury, illness, or extraordinary circumstance. There's data collection out the wazoo that every student that has a remote hour will have to be recorded and reported. And our poor auditing team is going to have to be the team to have to say, okay, this student went before the board and got approved. Oops, you didn't go and approve any of your students through your board. Well, then you're having all these students are going to be reduced to virtual payment of $5,000 and the year's over and you've spent the money and now you owe the state back money. It's a nightmare. You can imagine as an administrator of any program thinking in terms of, is it remote? Isn't it remote? If they're remote for 20 minutes a day, is that a full day or is that 20 minutes? So there's a lot of discussion and confusion going on. And I know that Craig Nineswander, who's our fiscal deputy commissioner, and Laurel Murdy, who is our auditing lead, are having discussions, and they may have even shared with the superintendent's information on this today during the 12:30 information session with superintendents. And I did invite all the directors of special education to attend that as well and sent that notice out this morning because they are to be included in the superintendent Zooms, which were limited to once a month, but now they've been reinstituted because of the number of issues coming up in our state this year with questions from superintendents about things similar to remote learning. Then they're going to have them twice a month. So I did want to make you aware of that. The remote learning, we are answering a lot of questions here in our sets. And we do have this link that's now in the chat. And if you go there, you're going to find the questions. And Mark Ward was telling me that these are the questions that we're getting questioned on. 6, 7, 10, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18, and 21. I'll do it again. 6, 7, 10, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18, and 21. Those are the ones that, and 22. I see you added a 22 on here. So there is a 22. So they have particular information and they're relevant to what school personnel need to be doing. And it responds to the quarantine because quarantine under Craig's eyes is considered an extraordinary circumstance. I mean, it's not planned. It's something that happens as a result of COVID and the pandemic. And that's problematic and it's confusing. We also want you to be aware that if a student has home-based instruction in their IEP, and they have a hospital homebound IEP, they can be reported to the board, but we are saying that the IEP, which is federal requirement, trumps this legislation. So if the IEP basically says that a student is entitled to certain programs delivered in environments outside of school, such as the home, that those would be considered to not count towards the remote learning. But just for the fact that people are confused, we still want the local boards to have the option to approve those students so that they can have remote learning, even though it is a home-based program that's bona fide and allowed. So these are questions that we're fielding. I know that right now I've got Christy Weiler and Dean, who are very involved right now in maintenance of effort. We are concerned at some point in time, I'm sure you're going to get a report from us about those agencies, those districts, if you will, that received ESSER funds, because as you saw from Dean's slide, we received $8 million in the first ESSER. I think it's 20 some million in the second and 20 some million in the third. All that money, the first ESSER and the second ESSER, you cannot reduce your local effort. So if the state and the local effort combined are reduced, then because you got the federal money, so you backfilled with the federal money, then you will not meet your maintenance of effort. You must have state and local funds that continue at a rate to keep you within your maintenance of effort. Now, the third set of funding, that ARP funding, the funding coming directly from Washington, D.C. to states for special education, the first two, our agency gave that 8 million and that 24 million to special education. Just outright said, we're going to say 8 million out of ESSER 1 and 24 out of ESSER 2. But this last money that we're receiving, if the agency, the system is now what they're calling it in accreditation, is in good standing with the state, that means they do not have a level of determination that says they did not meet a level of determination, then 50% reduction is allowed with this federal money. But we have a feeling that because the state lawsuit that we had and the funding we're receiving through the Gannon case of $7.5 million per year into special education, and that districts are putting in because they're getting additional funding, we're hopeful that that will offset this federal money to the point where no one's going to end up with a maintenance of effort issue. We're working very hard to look at budgets and try and ensure that that doesn't happen. And that's another thing that the special ed administrators asked for yesterday that I haven't had a chance to visit with my team about, is can we have some expertise in how to build those interlocal and cooperative budgets? Because there's a lot of confusion. We have a lot of new special ed administrators, probably 35, 40 over the last 3 years, out of 73 agencies that I can count, maybe 75 now that we have Sedgwick County that has formed 3 co-ops from 1 agency. So that's a lot of change. And we need to make sure that those people are following appropriate practice when they build their budgets. So we're going to be working on that as well. Now I'm going to stop with that because I've ranted and raved here long enough. And I want to see if you have any questions of me over the items that I've shared with you so far.
Bert, Tobias had his hand up.
Yes, Tobias.
Well, I think the last 2 topics that you brought up really trumped the one that I was going to mention, and that was the transition document that we developed last year. I was wondering if you had any feedback from any institutions as to the quality of that document, or whether it was useful or not useful, and whether we needed to address it again.
What I'm hearing, Tobias, from the field is that they're very appreciative to have those terms and the information that we put out. We have formed, by the way, thank you for bringing this up because it was a topic I was supposed to address. We have formed a transition coordinating council. For 2 years now, Stacy Martin, Dean Zykes, and myself and Wendy Coates were looking at what can we do, and we worked with the National Transition TA Center, and we have James Sinclair, who represents that group that we're contracting with to support us as a facilitator. And we also had Families Together and VR involved to begin with, to start small. And it was kind of like, let's form a council, and it was going to be like an interagency council, that sort of thing, like what we already have all over the state. And then the aha moment occurred, and it was like, wait a minute, we need to coordinate better what is going on in this state with transition, because we don't know. KU had a program, Jim Porter and Rocky chaired a program. We've got SDAC with the program, Greenbush with the program. Everybody has a program, but nobody knows what anybody's doing. So the idea is we added Sean Swindler in from KU, so we have him involved now. And we have Greenbush with Stacy Clarkson. She's a KC administrator, and she represents their interest. And we started small, and we're starting to build capacity. So yes, that document was very helpful. And I think the reason I'm not hearing anything on transition is because people are using that document. I have to believe that. Otherwise, we'd be getting phone calls right and left. But I do want you to know, as a SEAC group, that you will be engaged in receiving updates once we more formalize the process for this coordinating council, because one of the plans we have is to put a newsletter together so that we can have a section for students, for families, and for employees or school personnel or agency personnel, however you want to word it. It's in design right now. It's an idea. But we want that to be a usable document so people know what's being provided where. Where could I get this? Where could I get that? Oh, I see this month SDAC's offering this, and Greenbush is offering that, and KU has this coming up, and there's this Salina thing going on. I mean, that's the kind of thing we're trying to do, is help. And Sean has a great idea that he's hired someone, KU has, that's going to be taking what services are available in 105 counties, which is all of Kansas, and start to put together a map. I know we already have one through the CED Council, but this would be a more formalized document that could help families and school staff understand where to locate certain services. So that was a great question, and it led me and that it is being used. Anybody else's hand up? About exhausted my knowledge here, but I did want to share those things with you because we're really excited about where we're headed to try and support our students with disabilities to get their needs met during this unfortunate, again, year of pandemic. Well, if you have anything, just send it my way and I'll be glad to respond or get my team to get an answer to you, because that's what we're here for.
All right, thanks, Bert. So looks like we're ready for a break. Because we are running a few minutes ahead of time, do we want to stop earlier, or do we want to just go ahead and come back at 2:10 like it says, and just get so that's what I'm proposing. We'll come back at 2:10. If anybody disagrees, let me know. Otherwise, we'll just come back at 2:10 and take 15. you want to do Leslie's, or do you want me to, or how did you want to do that?
I can do hers. You want me to do it now?
Isn't that, I think hers is listed as first.
Okay, well, let me put in the chat if I can get this to paste.
I can put the link in there if you want, or if you've already got it.
There, I think I got it.
You got it.
So what she wanted to tell you is that the conference was held last Saturday. I attended as a guest speaker. I was to be on an hour. I ended up being on for almost 2 hours. I did a presentation of what's going on at KSDE and included a lot of the commissioner slides about the state board outcomes and the state board mission and vision. And then a lot of questions, and again, a lot of these on remote learning, a lot of them on IEP services, on the lack of staff, what to do if there was something listed in the IEP that wasn't being provided. And so it was a really good opportunity to have conversation. There were 59 people that attended my session. But what I posted in the chat for you is the link to the registration for that conference, because everything has been pre-recorded and it will be available through about September. I think it's like the 27th, somewhere in there, that you'd be available to go in and look at any of the breakout sessions. And there were multiple breakout sessions. And then there are 2 keynotes. There was a keynote before mine. So she wanted to share that link with you and tell you to feel free to explore and to investigate any of those breakout sessions that you would want to go in and view. So Jennifer, that's what she would have shared had she been on here.
Awesome, thank you. So Ashley, are you presenting for Casey?
Sure, and yes, thank you.
Was that news for you, or?
Yeah, Heath, you can please jump in at any point, since this is kind of new to me, but I thought, Heath, if you wanted to share a little bit about kind of our starting of the liaison committee, but I'll kind of give our updates first, and if you'd like to share more about that, then you can.
Well, I can jump in and give that part just so they know why you're talking.
Some context, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, gives us of that. So in KC, one standing committee that we've had for a long time is the liaison committee. And I'm now the chair of the liaison committee as the past president, and I've got 4 people on the committee with me. We want them to do this very authentically. So between those 4, they have split up each organization that we're communicating with, and Ashley was selected to work with SEAC. So Ashley is going to bring information back to KC from SEAC and bring information to SEAC from KC. So we've got a designated person that can do that, and I'm excited to have her in that role with us.
Thank you. I was excited for the opportunity. And he says, yeah, I was assigned SEAC. I might have fought for SEAC. I don't know. So I really am, I'm happy to be here. I'm going to share it in the chat, just a link quickly. And so that link is a document that just goes through some of the nitty gritty of KC, and it also has our contacts for this year. It also lists out our membership meetings. Those we're trying to kind of align with other things that our members are going to be attending, like the Tri-State Law Conference and then the Winter Conference in February that KC will be putting on. The executive board meetings are virtual this year. They're also listed on that sheet. And then you can also find your regional representatives. For those of you who are relatively new or not familiar with KC, we have representation from each of the regions. We have 8 regions, and those regions actually meet every month. So they're talking about a lot of those things, and then they come together and get updates from KC as well so that they can share those back. And so there's a great kind of feedback loop, if you will, that helps to get information disseminated to the right people so that everyone has the information they're needing to do their jobs on a regular basis. I happen to also be the membership information liaison. If you have anyone that you know who should be a member or you want us to entice to be a member, I'm your person to contact in that way as well. The updates, we have, since we've just started the school year, just a few little updates other than kind of getting everything up and running that would be on that sheet. We do have the committees, the liaison committee, like Heath had explained. We also have the legislative committee, the membership committee, and conventions committee. So I wanted to speak just a little bit, give an update about the legislative committee, because that's something that I've also been involved in and something that had some work over the summer. We had several members that participated in the Special Education Legislative Summit, which is put on by the Council of Exceptional Children. And with that, essentially it's an opportunity for us to advocate for different initiatives or different things that we think are very important. So CEC and other entities come together to identify those specific areas or priority issues that we'd like to talk to our legislators about. The three that we talked about this summer were the special education funding, which is a pretty regular topic, and fully funding IDEA. But then more pertinently or more, I guess, timely was addressing the educator shortage as well as providing mental health supports in schools. So talking about how to support continuing to fund some of these initiatives that have come about. Unfortunately, we did have to deal with COVID, but we've also found some really great uses of some of these resources that are some of the money that's been given to us, and want to expand that and continue that so students can continue to benefit from some of those things, even though it came to us not in the best way. We didn't want COVID to happen and didn't expect COVID to happen. We're trying to kind of utilize that as a jumping off point for improvement as well. And then obviously the educator shortage isn't something that's new, but it's something that's absolutely been exacerbated in the past few years by COVID and other circumstances. And so supporting some of those routes like Bert had spoken to about, helping to get that path for educators, not just special education, but I like to think that once they get into education, they think special education is the place to be. I might be slightly biased on that, but I do think that there was a lot of support for that. There was a lot of understanding, and there was a lot less pushback I felt from our government leaders. So that none of them were saying, hey, we gave you all this money, then why do you need more? It was more, thanks for letting us know what you're doing with this money. And hopefully we can support you in continuing those initiatives. So that was the Special Education Legislative Summit over the summer that occurs every year. And our legislative committee played a big part in that this year with our committee members. Our lead actually being on our committee chair was the person who led that up this school year, or this summer. So those were our big updates. Heath, or is there anything else to add, or?
You did a fantastic job. Thank you.
I talk fast. Sorry. Slow me down if I need to.
Good.
All right, no, you did a great job. And I was wondering when I saw that, I was like, Mel, he really passed this on to someone else this year. I was kind of surprised. Thanks for explaining that. All right, so I think Mike, do you have anything to report out for DRC?
Yeah, I have a few updates to share. That's okay. I guess first, we've been working on redoing our website. It ended up being a project that ended up being a lot more involved than we all hoped. But one of the new features is we added a new resource center with a lot of materials for to help enable self-advocacy. And one of those is a special ed guide that we have that's a lot of, it's basically a lot of one-pagers, but that we put together, and that's a resource that we're wanting to make available. And we partnered with, special shout out to Families Together. They were an important partner as we worked on that. So, and definitely would welcome feedback and input as well if you see stuff, but hopefully, and I'll post a link to that here in a minute. We've also been doing some ongoing work with supported decision making, and we'll continue to try and work on that this next session as well. Obviously, there's a lot that can be done without the law, and a lot of amazing work happening with some of the projects that Bert just mentioned a little while ago. Are incorporating supported decision making and utilizing that. We're still going to try and work on moving the bill forward. This last session, just to kind of recap, because I know I've updated this group on in the past, we after had a great hearing on it in the House, the committee kicked it out, and then some of the financial institutions had some concerns, and so we're still trying to understand what their concerns are and work with them to address the concerns. This has been an issue that a number of states have passed legislation, and we're not aware of any issues in other states. So we're hoping to kind of that it may be an education gap, but regardless, we're going to definitely try and sit down with folks yet this fall and try and work through those issues and hopefully make the bill even better for next session and try and get it moving. Kind of not directly related to this group, but big agency news. We had a few years ago, we did a report, a pretty in-depth report, our legal team did on nursing facilities for mental health, and identified some of the gaps. We've reached a pre-litigation with a big group of disability rights entities, both national and state, sat down and with the state of Kansas, and we reached a pre-litigation agreement with them. So we're pretty excited about some of the things that are proposed, and that will have impacts because there are individuals with disabilities that end up getting, because of things that services that aren't available in the community, end up in a nursing facility for mental health. And then the challenge is they're not receiving mental health services while they're in there and then can't get out. And so that was a big, some of those, it'll be a 6-year implementation to get that done, but the state was a great partner with that. And when I say state, specifically KDADS and KDHE with that, not the Department of Education, just to clarify. But so that will have, that's big news as we keep moving that forward here over the next few years. And then one other plug, so Stacy Martin is, for the department, is on the Kansas, the State Rehabilitation Council with me. They are looking for additional members. So if you know of anybody, and especially individuals with disabilities or individuals who utilize pre-ed services, or I think even, you know, special ed directors, teachers, staff who might be willing to attend or participate, you know, the meetings are about 3 hours once a quarter. So it's not too big, and you have opportunities to participate remotely. But if anyone here thinks of anybody who would be, you know, because I think a lot of the members here either themselves or would know folks that might be a good addition to bring a good perspective to the table. Because clearly we want pre-ETS services and VR. I mean, that's an important part of transition. And so I think, you know, the sooner we can start, the better. And getting those perspectives on the State Rehabilitation Council would be amazing. So if you know of anybody, you definitely please reach out to me or Stacy, or you can reach directly to Dan Decker with DCF, who's the director of VR Vocational Rehabilitation Services, trying not to use acronyms. But those are kind of, please reach out to us and let us know if you know of anybody that would be good, because we have some openings and it would be great to get some good, fresh new voices to the table there. And that's my update on behalf of the Disability Rights Center.
And Mike, they're asking for the name of that council once again.
Oh, the State Rehabilitation Council. And it is an advisory, it's created, it's in federal law that creates it, but it's an advisory council for vocational rehabilitation services, or VR. And that's one of those, every state has one. And then there's also tribal VRs as well. And they participate, the state tribal VR also, or one of the tribes that is the state contractor for Kansas participates as well.
So Mike, I want to personally give the Disability Rights Center another shout out. I called Rocky and told him this as well, but your reorganization of your website and the way that you've established and framed up that resource center is outstanding. And it's so user-friendly. And so, and I, you know, I'm looking at it, I looked at it from a different perspective when I went into it recently, because my sister-in-law was recently in a accident, and she's now a quadriplegic. So she's going from being an ICU nurse to using a wheelchair and needing lots of supports. And so I been trying to help them do this, the whole navigation of all of this as they transition into her life of being someone with having a permanent disability. And so I've looked at, I've looked at probably, I don't know, dozens of websites across the United States on spinal cord injury and all that stuff. Yours is one of the most organized, easily usable, gets to the level of depth of information in a way that you don't get lost in it. And I just can't, it's fantastic. So when we were talking about earlier about TASN and how do we reorganize those, how do we look at organizing resources in a way that is digestible in this, when we take this big world that we live in and make it to try to make sense of it, I will be asking them to look towards how you guys went about doing that, because it is phenomenal. And if you haven't been there, you guys, you need to go.
And it's very much a work in progress. So, but we very much appreciate that. And I wish I could take credit for it. I mean, I did a little bit of the work, some of the work on it, but really our communications person, or former communications person who we lost to law school, our new communications person, some of our advocates, and then Rocky, they really all spearheaded and kind of challenged themselves to try and look at it, try and turn everything into plain language. And, you know, so thank you so much. I mean, they put an amazing amount of work into this. And we're planning to roll out new resources on there as often as we can develop them, and as we have new topics, as we get calls, as new things come up. So if you have suggestions, we would definitely welcome those as far as additional topics and additional resources to be created. And then, you know, also, like I said, got to give a shout out to Families Together. They were great partners as we've in helping us work on this as well. And I mean, and they're a phenomenal resource too. So,
well, and I definitely think we need to market it more. I mean, there are things on there that I didn't know about, like national parks.
Yep.
Lifetime free pass to national parks. Of course, the irony is now that Jackie probably can't get to those parks, but we're working on that, right? So you know, some of those resources and things are just, you just made it a way to, I want to say, for it to cover all the aspects of your life, but it's sorted out in a way that you can approach it whether you're the person with the disability, or you're an educator, or you're a parent or a family member. Regardless of that, it's consumable.
thank you. Yeah, that was our goal. That was very much, it doesn't happen magically. You know, it's a lot of effort, and then revisiting that, and then revisiting it again. So it's very intentional. And it's hard, but it's worth it.
Yeah, yeah. It's
well, and part of it, another little subtle change too, is we redid our intakes on an intake form and segmented it out. So we have one form for the client to fill out if you're submitting a request for yourself, and another one if you're submitting a request for someone else. So again, if we can help somebody, or you want to refer somebody, you know, that online intake form is there as well, and it made it a little clearer if you're submitting it on behalf of someone else, you know, because again, we will always ask who is the client, and we welcome submissions of people other than the client, but you know, that way we can be prepped and try and help make that referral or make that information or service request, you know, as meaningful as possible, so we can get right to being able to help somebody. So definitely, if we can be helped, feel free to refer us, or please refer us. So, well, thank you all, and I appreciate the compliment. I will definitely pass that along to the team, because they definitely put a lot of work into that, and it's appreciated, and definitely we welcome feedback on it too.
All right, thank you, Mike. Bert, do you have anything, are you presenting the State Board of Education updates, or do we have any of those with Jim not here today?
The only thing that I wanted to report out is that the board did go over legislative priorities yesterday, and they will continue to address those at their next meeting. The other thing that was exciting is that they finally have passed accreditation regulations. Most people aren't aware that QPA, the Quality Performance Accreditation Program, which basically went extinct 4 years ago, was still the regulations that schools were supposed to be abiding by. And it'll be a couple of weeks before the new KISA regulations go into effect and become the practice for the state of Kansas. But it's been kind of ironic that we've been using old regulations to base our new accreditation process on. So now they'll be aligned. I attended both days of the state board meeting, and I encourage you, any of you, if you have the opportunity, you can go to the ksde.org website and you can go to the Kansas State Board of Education and find their meeting dates. And if you have an opportunity to listen in at all, I think you'll find it very exciting. Lots of great things going on in our state, lots of good information. So if Jim were here, I'm sure he would have a cheer for you. But at this point in time, Jim's recovering from surgery, and we'll leave it at that. And the minutes from that meeting at some point or other will be made available. It's also recorded. So any of you that would like to go and listen to the recording, you can also go and you can listen to parts of it. You can fast track it and move it forward, go back and hear things again. But they did a really good job yesterday. There, Kelly has put that in the chat. So you have it. So that's what I'd share, Jennifer, right now.
Okay, well, we're definitely ahead of where we should be at this time. And I would say I don't know how that happened, but I think I do. I mean, our presenters today just did such a great job of really having the material laid out in such a way that we didn't have a lot of questions and everything ended right on time. So is there anything else that anyone wants to add or discuss before we adjourn for the day, or before I entertain a motion for adjournment today? All right, not seeing any, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Yeah, they don't want to leave you, Jennifer. They're enjoying this so much.
This is Tobias, I'll second.
All right, so we will meet again on November 17th. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Thanks, Jennifer.